Are you guys gonna make out? You're getting weird in the chat. About as weird as this video. Or wait, I mean this video.
The climate is changing. Some species will flourish, and some will die. Last winter was the coldest in decades. After the cold spell, thousands of iguanas died.
Here at Gretel's Park, we had thousands of iguanas. Now we have none.
Beans.
Save the planet. Save the iguanas. Stop global cooling.
Stop global cooling, bro. Stop global warming. And save the iguanas. I don't know what Godhard's talking about here. I'm not sure. I did. I literally saved an iguana that was stuck in a fence. It's a great story. Do you guys want to hear the story or not? Because I'm learning how to internet again, and it's really hard. It's really difficult. Good to see you, Mr. Patrick. I am still alive. No squares allowed, indeed. That includes cigarettes as well. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah. All right. So let me tell the story. All right. So I'm riding my bike because another synchronicity. Here you go. Story of synchronicities. Again, I want to change the channel to Synchronicity Syndicate. It might happen. We'll see. We'll see. I get a what do you call it? What did I say to use what did I use to cut the bike lock, Jen, and the fence? A bolt cutter. A bolt cutter. I got a bolt cutter from my neighbor's because my neighbor is building this entire new addition to the house. Like he must have got, I don't know how much a permit costs to through Home Depot, I think. Well, he didn't get the permit through Home Depot. I'm guessing he got the workers through Home Depot. Like fucking 15 guys that, obviously Trump and his cabinet would want to send away. A bunch of Mexicans probably and South Americans. I counted like 15 guys the other day that were building all these cinder blocks, literally tossing cinder blocks from one to the other down a line and just stacking cinder blocks. They literally built this structure in a day. They had already had the foundation down, but they built the actual cinder block structure. It's a whole addition to this house. It's going to be like a bedroom and a fucking office. Yeah. So anyway, long story short, this same day that I got a bolt cutter from these guys who barely spoke English, I told them, mi español es muy mierda. My Spanish is extremely shit, but I need a bolt cutter. Do you have a bolt cutter by any chance? Because I was trying to cut the lock. What up, Beans? Come here. I was trying to cut the bolt cutter. Use the bolt cutter to cut the lock on this bike that's been sitting in my garage for years, so that I could use the bike again because I put air in the tires and stuff. Shout out to Kevin for lending me the air compressor thing. But so I ride the bike. I'm going by my high school. I see these high schoolers looking at the fence like they're clearly enamored by something in the fence. So I stop on my bike and I kind of like get off and I go over to them to see what's going on. And clearly there's like this iguana stuck in the fence, right? And these, I think two kids had already walked off, and there was this other one that stayed behind, and he was kind of looking at it. I'm like, oh damn, dude, just totally like trying to figure out what can be done in this situation because it's got its head stuck in and its little arms, and this kid wants to help. I could tell he wants to help, and he's like, man, I don't want to just leave, I don't want to just like walk home and just leave it here. But sure enough, that's what he did, right? He walks away and heads home, and I'm just like, all right, so this is up to me, right, at this point. And I don't think I've ever saved an iguana before, but I've seen situations where like, be driving on the road and you see like, because iguanas get frozen, right? And they get stuck on a fence and shit. But this one was stuck in a little diamond like that, like a little diamond like that. I don't know how it got in there, but I'm guessing when the kids got out of school, they all, were coming down the sidewalk. And so the iguana tried really fast to just force itself through the gate. And so
Iguanas.
save the iguanas, bro.
Save the planet. Save the iguana.
Yeah, so let's just pause it there. So I've missed you too. I've missed you all. Wildlife, shout out to you. I like the new picture there. Yeah, save the bulldogs too. Um so I go to the security guard because he's by the exit gate of the high school. This is the high school I used to go to, by the way. And I'm like, dude, you know where I could get bolt cutters, bro? This iguana stuck in the fence. Like, I got to do something. I can't just let it die here because if it dies, for one, they're gonna probably want to remove it anyway. They're not gonna want it to just die and decay there and leave that. It's just gonna reek, dude. For weeks it's gonna stank. You know what I mean? So either way, they're gonna want to remove this iguana. So you might as well remove it while it's alive. So I'm thinking from a tactical and a, empathetic, animal loving stance. So he's like, yeah, I don't know. He's just trying to think like, I don't know what to do. And then this cop's coming out of the high school. Cause there was this other cop posted down the road and I was about to ride my bike to it, to ask him, or her, if they had bolt cutters. I don't know if cops carry bolt cutters. I'm guessing they don't usually, because the one that was coming out of the high school who I ended up asking, he didn't have bolt cutters, right? But then there's these tree service guys who are cutting down trees, or branches, palm fronds, whatever, and throwing them into their chipper and shit. And I asked them, they barely spoke English, but I finally got through to one of them who kind of knew a little English, and he's like, "Yeah, we don't bolt cutters, bro." So then I'm thinking, I'm at the high school. There's custodial staff, and there's an auto shop. So sure enough, I go to where what I guess is the auto shop, or where the kids learn auto at the school, the high schoolers. And sure enough, that's where the custodians are as well. All these Hispanic guys and girls, Hispanic guys and girls. They're literally, I'm pretty sure they were all Hispanic. Something about, I don't know what it is with bolt cutters on this day, this synchronicity of bolt cutters and Hispanics carrying the bolt cutters. Anyway, so yeah, the double synchronicity with the bolt cutters and the Hispanics. I'm not sure what I'm getting at there, but I get the bolt cutters. I get on my bike with these giant bolt cutters, heavy as shit. I mean, heavy for a one tool, because bolt cutters can be much smaller. This was like a big, like they were giant. Anyway, I get on the bike with the bolt cutters. I'm riding by the track team, or I don't know. I'm guessing they were the track team, and they were like cheerleading team out there. They're all looking at me like, what the fuck's this guy about to do with bolt cutters on a bicycle? And then, I get to where I guess it's the pole vaulting people, or the people who like jump, whatever it is where you like jump and you're like jumping over sand and landing in sand, whatever the fuck that is, that gymnastics fucking thing you see at the Olympics and shit. And so this iguana is still caught in the fence. So I start cutting around the fence, and then it starts backing up because it's like scared probably that I'm trying to hurt it or maybe cut its head off, because people are really fucking terrible with iguanas. I mean, I don't know how much brain is going on there in an iguana's head, but it was obviously scared for its life and kind of in shock too. So it started to back away, right? And I'm like, no, because then I kind of, I was thinking it might make it more difficult to remove it. But so anyway, it takes me probably 10, 20 minutes to at least like 12, 15 minutes to actually, because I had to cut one spoke and then I had to cut another spoke, and then I realized it actually tightened part of the fence onto its stomach, and I wasn't gonna like try to pull it down because I was afraid it might cut into the iguana and shit. And so I just keep cutting around strategically, trying to figure out a way to cut the right spokes around it so that I could either push it through, or what I ended up doing was having to go back around the fence. The security guard, who I think was a cop, he unlocked the fence for me because it had gotten locked. And so I had to go back around on the sidewalk side and push it through the fucking fence. And then the security guard had locked the fence again because obviously he didn't want me to come back in. And so I was like, oh, okay, so you're gonna return the bolt cutters? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, well, I got them from Auto, in case you're curious, because he didn't even ask me, And so I was like, and I'm gonna meet you over there because I left my thermos over there. So he was like, all right, yeah, sure, I'll meet you over there. And so I ride my bike over there, and yeah, he gives the bolt cutters back. I get my thermos, and I ride out of there. And yeah, that's pretty much the story. And then I went into the band room, and I kind of reminisced on some old times when I was in marching band in high school. And sure enough, I saw my fucking picture. They had all these years up, and I saw my sister when she was in band, probably like 04, 04, 05, 05, 06, 06, 07, 07, 08, maybe something like that. And then I think I was in high school. I got into freshman year the year after she got out. So we just missed being in high school with each other, I think by a year. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I saw my picture up there. I was the last fucking year that they had posted in the hallway. All the other years after, so like probably my sophomore year when I was still in marching band, and then my junior year when I was still in marching band the first half of the year, and then when I came back is when I got expelled, actually, for my second half of my junior year, and then first half of my senior year because I got my 6 months at that expulsion school turned into a year because I'm an idiot. And yeah, that's story time. Iguana Gang writes, Iguana Gang? Iguana Gang. That works. Yeah, I am pirating internet. That is true. Everyone missed me indeed. So one more time, just
Save the planet. Save the iguanas. Stop global cooling.
Yeah, I don't know what the global cooling's about, but yeah, whatever happened to Carlos Mencia, actually. Speaking of Mexicans and terrible comedy and stealing jokes and whatnot. Because I brought him up the other day. What the fuck happened to this guy? I know he got like, I guess, kind of. Oh, he's still doing it. Wow. He looks like George Lopez to me. Is that racist? He looks like a Mexican donut in human form.
Like people ask me, did I watch the debate yesterday? Fuck no. I want to watch two old guys. Is that what I want to watch? One's mad for no reason and the other one can't remember shit. That's what we got. One of them is just old and cranky. God damn it, everybody leave. I got it. And the other guy's like, what? What happened? What did it happen? I don't understand. God damn it, this is the problem. I don't understand. What's going on? Oh, Christ. It's ridiculous. Plus, I don't know why people freak out. Like, no president has ever made this country that much better or that much worse. Like, people ask me, did I watch the debate yesterday?
I don't know about that. I mean, the war on drugs, shout out to Nixon. I mean, at the same time, I guess there's just like anything, there's going to be good and bad that comes out of something. So it's never this and that. It's never this or that. It's always this and that, a little of this and a little of that. To steal, I think that might be Paul that always says that, but it's true, And you know what I'm thinking? Like, man, I could have lubed it up. That might have saved so much fucking. I might have not even needed the bolt cutters, dude. Just to think I might have not even needed to do that whole fucking charade, that whole song and dance with the bolt cutters, and maybe could have saved time, just gotten a fucking. But you don't want to spray WD-40 on a fucking iguana. That's fucked. What if that kills it or something? I don't know. But yeah, maybe like sprayed like some fucking. Went like if I would have just raced really quick home and got grabbed the bottle of avocado oil spray and just sprayed some fucking oil on it and just pushed it through. Holy shit, I could have saved some time. So I literally pretty much vandalized my old high school and got security, who I'm pretty sure was a cop, to go along with it and help me. So yeah, pretty awesome. Iguanas run fast and try to run through chain link fence. Many get stuck. Yeah, so I'm trying to find these videos, right, of an iguana getting rescued through a gate, and I find these terrible videos of people like fucking, people are terrible with iguanas, man. It's really fucked up. Like, people are just awful, especially in Florida, I would imagine. This is what they do. It's like, it's a total defense mechanism.
Не може.
Fight or flight, I mean.
Айде, не може да изпадне. Добре, оставай.
But yeah, I'm trying to find videos of like I can find any. Like, look at how terrible this shit is, dude. Like, people are just terrible. What is this guy doing?
Try again.
And Grabby makes the dive. And he gets him. Very nice. Nice catch.
Nice shot. Nice shot.
Look at this guy.
The 90s were a hodgepodge of anti-drug.
Like, because, if you don't really know, you could say, oh, maybe that guy was trying to save it. But then I see #hunting here. You know what I mean? So, in a way, I mean, if I didn't see that, maybe I could say, oh, maybe he was trying to rescue it, like from getting it stuck by pulling it out like that. But he's got the #hunting there. So, obviously, I don't know. Are they selling? Do they sell them? I mean, do they? I don't know. But, yeah, how about this one? Do they do anything, or is it just the video of the iguana with its head stuck? Or is it already dead, or what's going on? But yeah, it felt really good, dude, to save something. Like, I almost want to go out of my way now to try to...
nerds trying to ruin our cool life.
That's for later. But yeah, apparently my Mama Dukes was on Facebook, and she just saw today or yesterday another iguana, not at the high school I went to, but the middle school that I went to, which is actually right down the street. They're right down the street from each other, and someone said that they saw an iguana stuck in the fence. They were like asking for help or something, and yeah, I don't know what happened, but I would assume by now it's probably too late. So if it was yesterday or whatever. So yeah, it's something that happens all the time. Wouldn't it be something if it was the same fucking iguana that I rescued that got stuck in a fence?
He's tired. He's tired. Here's where I start closing in. Here's where I start closing in. Hush, 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 hush. Gotcha. 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 Oh yeah. I got you. This is tricky. This is tricky. He's tired. He's tired.
Yeah, so I don't know. People are shitty. What's new? Basically, Pineal trespass on high school. Yeah, kind of. I mean, I kind of trespassed in order to save an animal in a way. I mean, was it trespassing? I don't know. Like the part where I went into the band room and whatever and was like reminiscing on old times, looking at pictures. Like I probably shouldn't have been in there, whatever. Because when I was leaving, I forgot to mention this part. When I was leaving, the same security guard, because I was going out the front, he was like, "Bro, where have you been? Why are you're still here?" Like I'm like, "Oh, yeah, I was in the band room. I was kind of like checking out the band. I used to be in band, so I was kind of just getting some nostalgic vibes or whatever I said to him. He's like, "Oh yeah, times have changed, dude. Like you can't just whatever. And I get it. School shooters, I get the whole thing. But like, should we talk about how most of them are government Manchurian candidates, or are we just not going to bring that part up? I get it. He's a cop. He's totally Manchurian himself. So I'm not trying to say all school bang bangs are not real or anything, but I'm just saying let's be real here. Are we saying they're all real? Are any of them real? The little fella got stuck in a glory hole, indeed. So yeah, so other than that, yeah, when was this? It was what was it? Just Wednesday? It was Monday. This happened Monday with the iguana rescue. So yeah, now I've been riding a bike again too. Oh yeah, and I returned that skateboard that I had found and had been riding around to its spot. And I've checked on it a few times, and it's just still there in the same position I left it in. So I don't know. You know, I'm guessing. I don't know. Actually, one of my theories is maybe somebody like stole it and then stashed it there. Or another theory I have is that someone just really just doesn't give a shit about it. Obviously they don't if they just haven't used it or gotten it from where I put it back at. So yeah, that property is everyone's. Indeed, I went there, so it's my property. Do I need bolt cutters? I don't need bolt cutters anymore because I cut the lock off the fucking bike, and yeah, and I saved the iguana. Then again, I might need to save another fucking iguana one day, so maybe I do need bolt cutters. Actually, that's a good point. You know what's crazy though? Like that bolt cutter, those bolt cutters did not do a very good job at. Like it was hard to cut that fence. Then again, it's a chain link fence. You know what I mean? But yeah, it was not easy, and I was trying to not hurt the iguana. Like, but I was trying to cut the same link that it was stuck in. You know, but that was extremely hard because it was so tightly like snug in the fucking. It was a fat iguana, dude. It was not a baby. But yeah, it was right in the front of the football field. If you want a picture of it, Jen, like right in the front of the football field. When you drive by there the next day, or whenever you drive by there next, it was right by the trash can. There's only I think one trash can on the sidewalk there, so you'll see if you really look close, you'll see the hole that I fucking cut. Pineal's anti-stick iguana tube lube 936. Buy one get one for 639. Yo, I think I know who you are, by the way. You're Star Daddy. You're fucking Star Daddy, aren't you? Godheart Guardian, you fucking name changing son of a gun. I knew it. I knew it. I was thinking about it, by the way. I know you're Star Daddy. AKA, hold on. Before you were Star Daddy, you were, damn it. I can't remember. But let's move on to the next thing here. What do you mean the high school's literally locked down? What do you mean? How? Oh, you mean yeah. Well, the gating but I told you like the one gate was open, and actually the other gate was open too. The other entry gate by when you drive in on the main on Sterling, and then you pull in. They're both open. There's multiple ways to get in there. So I mean, if somebody really wants to, and that goes for any school, man. But luckily, my intentions were good. So, couldn't you imagine Pineal on the news for being armed high school iguana thief? Oh my gosh. Well, you know what's crazy? Like, look at this thumbnail. Yeah, so as you can see right here, should you go against hunting / possession of iguanas is prohibited right now, January, February, and March 2025, according to the Conservation of Wildlife Act. And should you go against this, you can be you can be fined 10 grand. Dude, so like had I not had the right intention, like what if I, had I tried to sell it? Like I met these dudes the other night. Was it last night? The night before? Over by like Denny's nearby, and they were talking about, oh man, you could. One of them was like, oh, you could have this or that, like you could have sold it or something. I'm like, dude, what? Gotten what, like $50, $20? Like how much can you get for an iguana? I don't know. Maybe you can get a lot. I don't know because they sell it for skins. I'm not sure. But yeah, that would be crazy. Armed high school iguana thief. No, I didn't start high school 07. I started high school. Oh wait, maybe hold on. So I was what, 14? Oh yeah, you're probably right. Yeah. 07. Yeah, you're probably right. Damn, I'm fucking getting old, dude. Shit's crazy. I'm glad. Hence the story time. Oh, there you go, Ganguana. That sounds a little better. Kind of sounds like gangrene. All right. So now you guys are gonna help me with this online thing. So in the meantime, let's check out while I pull it up, we're gonna check out how D.A.R.E was a bigger failure than most people realize. I haven't watched this video yet, but it seemed interesting. Yeah, let's check it out. BRB.
80s and 90s were a hodgepodge. The 80s and 90s were a hodgepodge of anti-drug nerds trying to ruin our cool lives by telling us drugs weren't copacetic. Eggs on frying pans.
This is your brain on drugs.
Learning it from your dad.
I learned it by watching you.
And the granddaddy of them all.
People will tell you that drugs are cool and that everybody's doing them. But you know what? You're wrong.
D.A.R.E. Today we're learning how the D.A.R.E. campaign was a...
Wait, is that kid where's that kid from? Kirk Cameron? Is he from like Good Times or something? Oh, Growing Pains, my bad, okay. It's kind of before my time, so.
And that everybody's doing them. But you know what? You're wrong.
D.A.R.E. Today we're learning how the D.A.R.E. campaign was a bigger failure than you realize.
Jesus, my bad. I didn't realize I wasn't showing the screen, of course. Kirk Cameron.
The 80s and 90s were a hodgepodge of anti-drug nerds trying to ruin our cool lives by telling us drugs weren't copacetic. Eggs on frying pans.
This is your brain on drugs.
Learning it from your dad.
I learned it by watching you.
And the granddaddy of them all.
People will tell you that drugs are cool and that everybody's doing them. But you know what? You're wrong.
D.A.R.E. Today we're learning...
I don't know, man. LSD is kind of cool, but
how the D.A.R.E. campaign
I digress.
was a bigger failure than you realized. But before we get started, make sure you subscribe to the Weird History channel. All right, kids, let's take a non-hallucinogenic trip back to the 80s. Some of the earliest studies of D.A.R.E.'s effectiveness exposed D.A.R.E. as being a pretty useless program for keeping teenagers off of drugs and alcohol. It seemed D.A.R.E.'s zero-chill educational approach to keeping these curious, hormonal, rebellious little hooligans off of drugs was not working, and in fact, was having the opposite intended effect. Turns out, teenagers are less of a learn by riveting PowerPoint presentation and more of a do it and see if we die kind of learners. They might have been taught to say, just say no, but they were way more likely to say, ah, yes, to a bag full of those items they learned about in school if they completed the D.A.R.E. program than those who didn't. If only D.A.R.E. had listened to its dad who told them this would happen.
Who taught you how to do this stuff?
SMART, the program that inspired and birthed D.A.R.E., also failed in its earlier days, suffering from the same arrogant idea that students would blindly listen to an authority, having never seen a John Hughes film or seemingly met a teenager. But when SMART reached out to D.A.R.E. to inform them of the changes made to better the program by making it work, D.A.R.E. resisted. It is, after all, right there in its name. The most damning study was commissioned by the National Institute of Justice and conducted by the Research Triangle Institute that said the program was occupying space and hoarding funding from other programs that actually had value and, worked. The NIJ never published the findings that D.A.R.E. was a dud, so the charade continued in schools across the nation. Meanwhile, our
What do you know? NIH holding back the truth. What a fucking shock.
fragile youths were being corrupted by the temptation created by the very thing meant to keep them on the straight
Shout out to Fauci.
and narrow, the temptation of knowledge. As mentioned, D.A.R.E. was so bad at keeping teens drug-free, it accidentally turned them into little Jim Morrisons thanks to a fun social psychology phenomenon known as the boomerang effect. Basically, by telling somebody they shouldn't do something because they might die, it makes the person morbidly curious to test that theory. Cheating death? Sounds fun. Couple that with teenagers' very loose grasp on how fragile life is, and well, you're going to tempt dumb kids to do some experimenting. D.A.R.E. might have been saying doing lines of cocaine can cause your heart to stop beating, but all those rebellious teens heard was, that'll show, Dad.
Who taught you how to do this stuff?
They did have a lion mascot named Darren, and pretty sure SMART didn't, so, they knew what kids liked. Despite mountains of overwhelming evidence, the general public stood by the D.A.R.E. program throughout the 90s. Parents loved D.A.R.E. It was nice. It had good intentions. There were police involved. It got to talk to your kids about drugs, so you didn't have to. There was a little mascot. What's not to love? Who cares if it was a giant waste of time and money? D.A.R.E. settled into their impeccable reputation by having the audacity to say, knocking D.A.R.E. is like kicking your mother or saying that apple pie doesn't taste good, ignoring that some apple pie is nasty and it might not taste good. And look, some mothers might need to be kicked. What if your mom wasn't moving you?
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. D.A.R.E. might have had some, effect on me not doing like a lot of the harder drugs, but I think it was more so just like my cousin dying, my friends dying, yeah, and I think my cousin really kicked it off because I was young when she passed away, and she was so beautiful. Like she had so much going for her, kindergarten teacher, and she was just a bright soul, and that shit took her out. I don't know if it was Bad Batch or what the fuck was going on there, but yeah. And then my buddy Wes, who I realized when I was looking at the band pictures that I totally forgot that my older sister was in band with him their senior year. Her senior year, he was probably, I don't know, maybe in his freshman year or sophomore year. No, he was older than me. He might have even been in his junior year because he was 23. I think I was 19 when he passed. Anyway, and then an ex of mine also was in band. Like all the, and a friend of mine, these people, a couple of my friends who I literally grew up with, came to my bar mitzvah and everything. I hope Ehrlich's not gonna hear. Is not here. He's gonna Jew smash me.
Needed to see if she was alive. A
Jew
little bit
bash
might
me.
be all that's standing between her and death. And now, since everything is bad and facts are alternative, now there's a push to bring D.A.R.E back to schools. Oh, did you think the story was not going to involve Jeff Sessions? Because this story
That would be a great like plushie toy, like the fucking D.A.R.E lion. Oh my gosh.
definitely involves
I'm
Jeff
sure it's
Sessions.
out there
Former
somewhere.
Attorney General and ex-Keebler elf Jeff Sessions said in 2017 that, despite research to the contrary, he still believed D.A.R.E worked. Why? Well, because he just did. That's enough to spend money on things that objectively don't work, right? I mean, case in point, the wall. At least D.A.R.E was cheap, right? Oh no, D.A.R.E cost a ton of money. D.A.R.E the lion does not work for free, guys. There was a lot of demand for meddling lion mascots who didn't do drugs and demanded the same life standards for everyone in the 90s. What started local to Los Angeles soon spread to an estimated 75% of the country and was so vastly supported that local, state, and federal governments gave the program somewhere between $200 million to $2 billion just in the year 2003, well after several studies proved it ineffective. Think about that. $2 billion to fund a program that fundamentally did not work. Only after several years worth of research that could no longer be ignored and a detailed financial audit did the government stop hemorrhaging money into the program. The idea behind the original D.A.R.E curriculum was simple. Tell kids about the devastating consequences of cigarettes, alcohol, and illegal drugs, and they'll be less likely to use them. Foolproof, right? In theory, it should work. In practice, it did not. But lazy teachers who didn't want to come up with a better idea and police officers who just needed to show they were trying were convinced that education was their best tool when it came to prevention, without realizing that such a direct approach may not work on young children. Current D.A.R.E president Frank Pegarios once said, everyone believed that if you just told students how harmful these substances and behaviors were, they'd stay away from them. Unfortunately, young kids weren't as receptive to the education as a prevention approach. School is boring. Learning is hard. Everybody just wants to go home, watch TV, and eat snacks, and not hear about lung cancer when you're 12 years old. Despite this, the program continued. It was, after all, the 80s, and let me tell you, people hated drugs in the 80s.
You know, getting into drugs and being high is a real stupid thing to do.
Wow.
Every decade needs a scary boogeyman to rally behind and blame all of our deep-rooted societal problems on. And in the 80s and into the 90s, the blanket term drugs was the
Wait,
9/11 of
what?
the times.
What?
And who was steering societal problems on?
Roll
And
that
in
back. Oh, never
the
mind.
80s and into the 90s, the blanket term drugs was the 9/11 of the times. And who was steering this illegal caravan of bad hombres? A sweet little old lady by the name of Nancy Reagan. In the early 1980s, America's grandma had it with all of these drugs and demanded the use of America just say no. First Lady Nancy went from school to school, telling children to just say no to all of these drugs with a t-shirt. Once she'd absorbed enough child's fear to energize herself, Nancy would swing into the occasional rehab center to gather horrible tales of people. She then shared these horror stories with all of America, which in turn made the whole country say, hell no, to people who said, hell yes, to drugs.
Today, there's a drug and alcohol abuse epidemic in this country, and no one is safe from it.
And the plan worked. A boogeyman was created. The Reagan administration's pulverizing advocacy for anti-drug causes resulted in 64% of Americans in 1985 believing drugs were the #1 issue in the nation. Sorry, AIDS.
So, won't you join us in this great new national crusade?
Nancy's PR campaign worked, and America was all in on D.A.R.E. Yes, teach our kids the perils of drug addiction, Darren. Give the people what they want. But like the cordless phones, beepers, and the Rachel, D.A.R.E. couldn't make it past the 90s, as it became harder to ignore the evidence that the program was deeply flawed and an abject failure. Move over drug abuse resistance education and make way for the snazzy new program with a very unfortunate name, Keeping It Real. The program Keeping It Real replaced D.A.R.E. in 2009 in middle schools and
Wait,
eventually
what?
expanded to elementary.
Really? That was the thing?
Keeping It Real. The program Keeping Education and make way for the snazzy new program with a very unfortunate name, Keeping It Real. The program Keeping It Real
Gotta be
replaced
kidding me. Refuse, explain, avoid, leave. Wow. All right. That's classic, dude.
D.A.R.E. in 2009 in middle schools and eventually expanded to elementary schools.
Proven methods for youth today to remove themselves from undesirable situations.
In 2013. Choosing to forego the 45-minute dreary lecture that children normally enjoy, Keeping It Real opts for a more interactive model that teachers and D.A.R.E. officers noted children didn't hate. Student engagement was markedly higher. Without a regular anti-drug program, it's a cool anti-drug program.
Concentrate fire on the target.
Damn it.
You could tell a surly teen to just say, cool anti-drug program. You could tell a surly teen to just say no until you're blue in the face and pat yourself on the back for all the good work that you did that day. But in the real life scenario that this same teen is offered a fistful of bud, the odds are pretty high they panic and say, okay, sure, and just take some of that devil's cabbage. Keeping It Real arms teens with more tools in their belt by approaching potential drug solicitations in more realistic terms. The core of the program is in the acronym, refuse, explain, avoid, and leave. Real proposes at first offering an explanation for why they don't want to do something. Or if possible, attempt to avoid the issue. I see Billy is offering meth to my classmates. I think I'll take a different route home and maybe avoid Billy for the day. And finally, if that doesn't work, they can leave. Oh right, I don't have to do meth. I have a body autonomy and I can just leave and go somewhere where there is no meth. The great thing about this program is it's applicable to so many other scenarios in these young kids' lives. The goal of keeping it real is to help kids get out of any situation that makes them uncomfortable, almost as if teenage drug use is a symptom of being a complicated, growing, changing person trying to fit into a society of insecure, relentless.
I mean, are we gonna pretend like, street drugs are worse, are any worse than, pharmaceutical drugs? I mean, let's get real here, folks. What do you think's really causing this dramatic uptick in all types of diseases, including but not limited to, all these new dementias and I mean, just to name one. Then again, there's all the blank, Alzheimer's, yada yada yada. It's just one type of dementia, but yeah, I mean, are we really going to pretend like these pharmaceutical drugs aren't quite possibly the leading cause of all these random new diseases? Let's get real here, folks. Let's get really real.
Other scenarios in these young
Let's keep it real.
kids' lives. The goal of keeping it real is to help kids get out of any situation that makes them uncomfortable, almost as if teenage drug use is a symptom of being a complicated, growing, changing person trying to fit into a society of insecure, relentlessly cruel teenagers and not the cause of all their problems. And the best thing about keeping it real? It actually works.
Really?
The results so far have been overwhelmingly positive, according to a report from the Scientific American that
Really?
concluded students who completed Keeping It Real indicated they used drugs and alcohol less than those in the control group that did not. The report claims the skills and ideas taught by Keeping It Real are more likely to stick with students and reduce
How much less exactly?
substance abuse at a rate that was 72% higher than the control group. The old boring snooze fests of D.A.R.E. Pass
Damn.
have been replaced with student interaction and group work, teaching them various ways to just say no to drugs. According to Sergeant Christine Rapp of Indiana, a D.A.R.E. officer for 16 years, the interaction and group work are awesome because we learn by doing much more than by hearing. When they learn the ways to say no to friends, they absolutely love getting up in front of the class and acting those out. The world doesn't need any more drug addicts or alcoholics. But what they definitely do need are more improv troops. Did D.A.R.E. keep you away from drugs, alcohol, and cigarettes? Let us know in the comments below. And while you're at it, check out some of these other videos from our weird history.
All right. You know what? I think we're done. If anyone asks what I taught you, repeat the 3 words on the chalkboard. Just say
Growing up in the 80s or 90s, if you turned on your TV, even for a second, there was 100% chance that you would see a D.A.R.E. public service announcement.
All right, what do you think? One more video, or should we just get to the test thing? You tell me.
Founded in 1983, Drug Abuse Resistance Education, aka D.A.R.E.,
It's not a test; it's a course. It's like a free course. Here, let me pull it up.
was a byproduct of Nancy Reagan's Just Say No campaign and America's war on drugs. In essence,
Indeed.
D.A.R.E. was the youth-directed arm of these campaigns, and at its peak in the early 90s, D.A.R.E. was implemented in schools all over America and cost taxpayers an estimated $600 million to $750 million a year.
Yeah, I mean that's what it boils down to, Shelley. Obviously, it's control. It's a control system. Shout out to Absol, great album, Control System. If you don't know, you should check it out. But lump the hard shit with the natural stuff that can be used as medicine. Right, exactly. It's all the same: meth, cannabis, heroin, opium. I'm not trying to say opium's, all natural, but I mean, I'm pretty sure like pure organic, you know what I mean? Opium is a far cry from this fucking dope you see on the streets. Admittedly, I don't think I've actually ever smoked opium or used it. But I've used a lot of the other shit. Surprisingly, I've never been on dope, never used needles, none of that, by God's fucking grace. But yeah. Let me pull this thing.
Immensely popular and touted by politicians, parents, and school officials, D.A.R.E. was considered by many to be a hallmark of public education. With memorable commercials, celebrity endorsements, billboards, posters, and ads literally everywhere, the anti-drug campaign was seen as the crowning achievement in keeping America's youth off of drugs. There was just one small, tiny little problem with D.A.R.E. It did not work, at all. Various studies have shown that in the 10 years of the implementation of D.A.R.E., the program failed to significantly reduce drug use among participants. With its over-the-top PSAs, awkward slogans, and cheesy mascots, D.A.R.E., though as high profile as it was, basically tanked. And not only did it tank, it got met with such criticism and derision that its legacy is basically that of a bad joke. So how did a program like D.A.R.E., whose main intention was to get kids not to take drugs, an intention everyone could get behind and agree on, fail so badly and have almost zero effect on helping curb the drug crisis in America? Let's find out. D.A.R.E. was founded in Los Angeles in 1983 as a joint initiative between then LAPD chief, the infamous Daryl Gates, and the Los Angeles Unified School District as a strategy for the war on drugs in America. The program, which still exists, albeit in a different form today, pairs students with local police officials in an effort to reduce drug use, gang membership, and violence. Students learned about the dangers of substance abuse and were required to take a pledge to stay away from drugs and gangs.
Yeah, you got to be careful with them poppy seed bagels. You got to be careful.
Geared toward children as a sort of early prevention against drug abuse, D.A.R.E. had a mascot, Darren the Lion, remember him, posters bordering on propaganda, and just a slew of anti-drug slogans that were cheesy at best then and downright cringy now, with such catchphrases as, Dare to keep kids off drugs. This is your brain. This is your brain on drugs.
Shout out to Pee Wee, R.I.P. man.
Any questions? Up with hope, down with dope.
Not to forgive the diddling stuff, but
Get high on life, not on drugs. I'm too good for drugs. Hugs, not drugs. And our personal favorite, if you know Jack, you won't smoke crack. And of course,
a lot of people, they used to say hugs and drugs. I mean, really.
D.A.R.E had their legendary anti-drug PSAs, and if you were a kid at that time, you saw them on your TV screen ad nauseum. They were basically a staple of your Saturday morning TV viewing schedule. They were either over the top in a scared straight kind of way, or ridiculously pandering in a I'm a cool mom kind of way. Whether they worked or not is debatable, but one thing is for sure, they were memorable. A big part of the D.A.R.E campaign was the D.A.R.E workshops, where policemen would go into classrooms from kindergarten through grade 12 with the aim of teaching school kids to reject drug use and violent gang culture. According to D.A.R.E at the time, the program was delivered in 75% of schools and had been rolled out over across 43 countries. D.A.R.E claimed the program was a resounding success as it quote-unquote led to rapid growth and expansion.
But just because everyone knew about D.A.R.E and everyone knew what it was about didn't mean that D.A.R.E was the success everyone involved claimed it to be. The American Psychological Association ran a study of 1,000 individuals in the early 20s who participated in D.A.R.E in the 6th grade. The study found no measurable positive outcomes regarding drug use, attitudes toward drugs, or self-esteem. Another study carried out by the University of Illinois concluded that the D.A.R.E program was counterproductive, with students who participated in the program more likely to use drugs. So why did the D.A.R.E program fail so hard? The answer can be attributed to 3 main reasons.
Number 1, stoking even more hysteria. In the 1980s, the war on drugs hysteria was rampant throughout America, with paranoid media coverage and a policy of mass incarceration for drug-related offenses only exacerbating matters. In this environment, it didn't help that D.A.R.E was introduced to school-age children by police officers rather than substance abuse prevention specialists. As such, the curriculum tended to focus on punitive consequences versus rehabilitative education. With the police's zero-tolerance mantra, some experts claim that the presence of uniformed armed police in schools actually made the program more adversarial than educational, leading to even more hysteria. Number 2, a terrible curriculum. The D.A.R.E program involved 45-minute lectures that occurred weekly for a few months. Overall, the curriculum explained the risks of drug use and offered tips on how to refuse them. The program also attempted to foster a better image of the police, which was very little to do with preventing children from taking drugs. The program even went so far as to encourage students to anonymously report back on any drugs they encountered at home or school via letterbox in the classroom, in effect telling kids to be spies for the police force. It also contributed to the stigma that people who use drugs are labeled as bad, and the stigma towards those people who are addicted to drugs as being immoral. In addition, D.A.R.E began creating literature for parents, such as the book Keeping Kids Drug-Free. With its 2,000-word glossary of slang terms and questionnaires designed to gauge a child's stress level, the book was out of touch at best and an attempt to scare parents at worst. For example, if your child answered yes to did something exciting happen, or if they, quote, tried hard to win a game in the questionnaire, then parents should be wary of possible drug use. Many critics lambasted the book as borderline fraudulent. Number 3, a facade of success. Deathly afraid of having the D.A.R.E program be seen as anything less than a triumph, the politicians behind D.A.R.E presented a facade of success for years. Policymakers and politicians, as well as stakeholders who profited from selling D.A.R.E.'s curriculum, were fast to dismiss questions of the D.A.R.E program's efficiency. From TV ads to bumper stickers to large-scale events, they touted the success of the program, refusing to make any changes or adjustments to it which would have actually made the program more effective. The denial of D.A.R.E being ineffective was so powerful that the program actually butted heads with its own government. The Department of Justice, which gave federal grants to D.A.R.E, ordered a large-scale report to be conducted by the Research Triangle Institute, the most prestigious research organization of its kind. After analyzing large amounts of metadata that showed D.A.R.E simply did not work, D.A.R.E actually resorted to legal action in an attempt to squelch the report. D.A.R.E was that reluctant to incorporate data to adapt its curriculum. It was that afraid to be seen as anything less than a home run. Since police officials first taught the D.A.R.E program over 30 years ago, the American Psychological Association, the Office of the Surgeon General, and the Government Accountability Office all have critiqued the organization's tactics and all have discredited the effectiveness of the program. And in 2001, the then Surgeon General of the United States, Dr. David Satcher, placed the D.A.R.E program in the category of ineffective primary prevention programs.
But perhaps the failed legacy of D.A.R.E can best be summed up by Marsha Rosenbaum, head of the West Coast office of the Lynn Smith Center, a drug policy reform organization, who told the Village Voice in 1999, quote, "In D.A.R.E.'s worldview, Marlboro Light cigarettes, Bacardi rum, and a drag from a joint are all equally dangerous. For that matter, so is snorting a few lines of cocaine. D.A.R.E isn't really education, it's indoctrination."
All right, so interesting. Kind of beating a dead horse. A lot of the same points from the first video, but
here's how the average man's life.
Yeah, no. All right, so this was the thing I was talking about here, Allison, and not to bring this to a different point, but how does Bro State have 400 something people watching right now? Like I saw it earlier and it was like at 100, like going back and forth. I've been off the internet for a while, so I don't know what's going on. I know people pump their numbers up, but like, oh, I guess cash giveaway. Yeah, that's a lot of clickbait material there. That makes sense. You know what? I think I got an idea for a stream. Cash giveaway live. Give away $1. Fuck it. Where did the fucking hold on? Oh, there it is. Stupid fucking thing here. Okay, so yeah, this was the thing I was talking about. So okay. So yeah, the judge just said, you know, drug and alcohol course. So, you know, when my dumbass twin brother uh, didn't know what she meant, he asked to reapproach the bench, and he asked, "Oh, like, what did you mean by what? Like, what did you mean by that?" And sure enough, she explained. If you go online, you can find I think she might have even mentioned free, you know, online courses with a little. They'll give you a little certificate. You know, I really wish I would have taken this one right here, caregiving skills, dementia care. I really wish I would have done, you know, admittedly, I was watching a lot of videos um, when um, when my grandma was still here, and you know, dementia caregiving videos, so to speak. And so, I mean, I'm sure a lot of this information I was already aware of, became aware of. But man, I'll tell you, for anyone who is dealing with that, like right now, especially, or whoever has had to deal with that, I feel for you. It is real hard. I mean, I honestly, I'm convinced that it's harder than any other terminal illness in that it's, you know, it's the brain. You know, you're dealing with the the degradation, the decay of the brain. You know, like literal neuronal, you know, synapses just melting, just deteriorating, and psychosis and all those terrible symptoms that come with that, like just increasing day by day. It's fucking brutal, man. I can only imagine being on the receiving end of it, you know, not just, but caregiver burnout is so real, man. Having experienced it firsthand, holy shit, man. I mean, I literally think it had quite an effect on me for sure. Probably definitely had an impact on my health, mentally, physically, etc., psychologically. So I've actually been going to grief support group. Just went to the second one. The other, what was it, yesterday? And then I went last week. Super interesting grief share. It's called. Here, I'll bring it up. Why not? Give them a little mention. Yeah, so Grief Share, it's a grief recovery support group where you can find help and healing for the hurt of losing a loved one. It's interesting because I'm so out of place there in that it's all old ladies. It's basically all old ladies. There's one older guy, but he's basically like leading the meeting, like him and his wife kind of like lead it. And it's kind of like it's a little bit what's the word? I don't want to say cringy. It's very baseline, you know. It's kind of it's very baseline. And the people that are there are. But you know what I found after going there the first time? I found that I can be a beacon of light for like the older people who a lot of them are like hopeless, dude. They're just completely hopeless, and I get it because I've been there. Just like this, just with this experience, losing my grandma. She's like my second mom. You know, she basically raised me, just as much. Well, not as much, but almost as much as my actual mom. So always lived right down the street. Well, shit. I mean, when I was born, first neighborhood I grew up in until I was like 6. uh, we were in the same neighborhood, so I could just ride my little fucking tricycle down the, you know, with my parents, of course. They would never let me ride at fucking 1, 2, 3. Well, not at 1, but at, you know, at 4, 5, 6 to, you know, without them. But it's literally, it was just down a sidewalk and I could get to her house. And yeah, but anyway, I found that I could be like a beacon of light for these older folks because they are some of them so hopeless. I mean, and you know what? There's a trend I've noticed. Literally at least 2, if not 3 of them in a small group. It's only like last week it was maybe 10 people, maybe 12, and this week it was like way less people. It was like 7 maybe, including like the 2. There's maybe like 8 people, including like 2, the couple that were leading it, or like an older couple, much older couple, and then some other lady who also kind of like facilitates leading the group. But you know, the thing they all have in common is they've all. I mean, everyone's lost someone, right? Everyone's lost someone. But anyway, sidetrack. Uh, total sidetrack. Let's get to this fucking course. So yeah, this website Allison has all these different, just like random certification course. I mean, you can get a certificate. You can even get a diploma in some of them, but I'm guessing the ones you get a diploma in are probably not free. Like you can see here at the top, it says 25% off digital certifications and diplomas. Claim your discount. So yeah, I really hope that I don't do this course and then it hits me with the fee at the end for the certification. But you know, I guess if it's a low enough, if it's like 10, 20 bucks or some fucking shit, I'll probably just pay for it. But that would be a great way to a great racket. You know, they don't tell you that it's. I mean, it says right here, explore free online courses. So let's see here. I'm just gonna type it in: drug and alcohol. Or drug. And I'm gonna pick the one with the most people that have taken it. They were pushing drug use through D.A.R.E. Yeah. D.A.R.E. to try drugs using reverse psychology. He's been linking up with other channels. Raging Tomato. Oh, okay. Cool. There's a lot of feds hanging around, but I haven't been paying. Yeah, what's new? Oh yeah, you know what? You sent me that link. Or a couple of you are dropping links. Hold on. But yeah, I've missed y'all, man. It's been a while. Good to be back. Okay, here. I'll put this over here for later. What is this about? Oh, Sabrina Wallace. Cool. Yeah, I like Sabrina Wallace. Central nervous system as a backbone of IOMT. What is that? Internet of moving things? Internet of living things would be IOLT. All right, I got that one. You know, it's really trippy when you read into the Internet of living bodies. That's fascinating. I mean, it's all kind of similar, tied into the same thing here. Let me get this other one here too. Where is it at? I think it was Godheart that dropped it a while ago. There it is. Yeah, that's 40 minutes ago. That's when I started the stream. All right, so I got those two links. Thank you very much. What's this one? How to legally hide all assets from new government agenda. Tariffs will create social credit score. Oh, that's great. Love it. Sounds about right. War of 1812. Tariffs created the 2025 trade war crisis. Bitcoin and Monero are the anti-social credit score that's being rolled out worldwide. Now the privacy nightmare for tech is changing the new agenda. Digital security is changing the landscape. Crypto is the last resort for privacy and digital security. Gold and silver will skyrocket. How to create real asset protection and secure crypto before it's too late. You know, I wish I had some crypto, man. I know I'm a little late, but CIA offering buyouts to its entire workforce. Interesting. Something else I'm saying here. Monographs live. Is the world being stage played? Trump clocks and the sum of all fears. Yeah, I've been seeing these people talking about bringing up the sum of all fears movie. You know, I got to go back and watch that. I think I actually might have it recorded in my DVR, or maybe that way. Was it Sum of All Fears? It's either Sum of All Fears or one of those similar movie. All right, let's go back to this. Yeah, the whole time I'm not even showing what I'm doing here. My bad, but yeah, I'm just checking out these links that you dropped me, so I'll check them out later. Let's do this. Let's do this together. Yeah, it does if you let it be though. Start at 150 if you do. You heard of the Aaron Haywood guy? Yeah, I remember him. He's definitely a little off his shit, but he just did a video exposing Zetetic and gonna do one on Rose soon. Interesting. Yeah, he's a fucking nut. That dude's a fucking nutball. I like how a year later people reveal themselves. Yeah. Better discernment. Let me think. All right. Anyway, do all the courses. Yeah, why not? I mean, just get. Honestly, right now I'm sober. I'm off fucking nicotine. I'm up until yesterday I was vegetarian. I tried a one of those like bang bang shrimps. It was just out of the freezer, but it was hard not to. I didn't make them. I didn't actually make them, but they were there, so I ate one. And then today I actually had like a little tiny piece of like this turkey burger. So yeah, I guess I broke my vegetarianism, but it's all good. I mean, I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna, for the most part, keep it going. But as far as the nicotine, dude, that shit is a demon. Nicotine is a fucking demon. Probably worse than any drug I've ever. Well, I don't want to go that far, but as bad as some of the worst drugs I've tried. So, and I've tried some bad drugs. Luckily, never put a needle in my arm. But yeah. Well, it was one time where I let my friend IM me some K, but that's different. That's not IV. I've never IV'd any drugs, so. Yeah, that was the K story, the one-time K story in my muscle. Interesting time in my life where I was doing lots of K. But yeah, it feels good to just not even want to do drugs. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't mind. Like the other night, I was at Denny's. These guys were smoking a joint. I was coming out because I was using my laptop there for a little bit. I was actually gonna stream from Denny's, and I realized how late it was, and I just got caught up some shit. I kind of had like a little bit of a headache. I just was tired. I was like, fuck it. Ended up doing some other shit online. I got other shit I got to do. But I do plan on doing a stream. We're gonna check out the root cause documentary, I think, and I'm gonna try to ask you guys for some advice deciding between a few different holistic dentists in my area. So that should be fun, especially because I don't think I've actually watched that documentary, and I've only seen maybe like previews of it, little snippets of it, and yeah, I want to actually watch the whole thing. So, oh, one more. All right. Let me get it. Let me get that thing. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you, sir. Sirs and ma'ams out there. Drop that right there. I appreciate you guys leaving links because you guys know me. I appreciate it. Super Mario. See, that's so random. It's like they're all so different. This one's Super Mario 64 is a Freemasonic and Illuminist digital ritual. I think I may have watched this before, which leads me to believe that maybe you actually recommended this to me before, quite a while back. What is this channel? Sunflower 41XD. Okay. Anyway, let's not do that. Yeah, let me get caught up on the chat, and then we're gonna start one of these courses, like probably this one right here, because it's got almost 20,000 people that have taken it, and it's just Introduction to Drug and Alcohol Awareness. The other one that looks that I would consider is this one, Drugs and Alcohol Awareness and Prevention. This one has 13,000, almost 14,000 users. You notice how it's got the pot leaf with the don't use pot, don't use needles, don't use pot. Like they're fucking similar in any way, shape, or form. Don't shoot heroin into your veins. Don't smoke marijuana. They're both very lethal. Tariffs don't cause inflation. Money printing causes inflation. Tariffs are offset by less spending on other items, just to clear that up. Okay, so wait, what is this here? Oh, never mind. That's just never mind. Okay. Some good mental masturbation. Yeah. The blockchain for crypto is tied into the IOMT too. Yeah, so what is IOMT? Internet of what? Things. Internet of moving things? I don't know. I like these dumbass narratives being frontline so they can print more monopoly money and blame it on something else. Yeah, so here's my theory, right, about tariffs, right? It's not really a theory. I mean, it's just deductive reasoning, common sense, fucking discernment. What if? And I'm playing around with the what if as if it's not completely obvious. What if it's all just more Hegelian dialectic? More purposefully bringing forth the ideological subversion. That Yuri Bezmenov talked about. What if it's all just just more, you know, problem, reaction, solution. Get the people to fucking beg for it's just the same thing over and over again. It's so played out at this point that I don't get how people don't see the move on the move on the move or the move to the move, you know. Um oh, Internet of Medical Things. Internet of Medical Things? Interesting. All right. So what do you guys think? Which one? Drugs and alcohol awareness and prevention, 2 to 3 hours. You will learn to classify drugs by source, legal status, and effect. You'll describe how addiction starts and the role of the brain. Recall the myths and misconceptions. So yeah, that one says 2 to 3 hours by Skill Tutor, and it's got almost 14,000 learners. Drugs and alcohol awareness prevention, or let me see if there's any. The other one I was thinking was just this other one, Introduction to Drug and Alcohol Awareness, 2 to 3 hours. Almost 20,000 people have taken it. You'll learn to identify signs of addiction in a person, recall the different categories of drugs in their health, explain the importance of awareness. And I know this sounds fascinating too, and like I'm totally gonna hold you guys for these questions. Honestly, though, I'm wondering if there's actually going to be things I don't know the answer to. I'm assuming it's all going to be extremely obvious shit, but who knows? I've never taken a course on the site that I can remember anyway. Let me just make sure there's nothing else interesting or worth taking. Introduction to Pharmacology. Wow, that's fascinating. Introduction to Tissue Engineering. Fascinating. You know, it's really interesting. Speaking of like tissue engineering and that topic, since I brought up the holistic dentist, I was calling these different dentists and asking them, you know, what they actually use for the bone grafting, because I might actually need some bone augmentation, like in my gum, in my jaw, and you know, some of them use actual fucking cadaver bone, dude. And I'm just thinking, like, okay, well, what if I'm getting, you know, it's finally, you know, it's a ground powdered, you know, cadaver bone, right? But what if I'm getting mRNA'd fucking CV19 vexed fucking bone in my body? You know, I can't help but think that, you know. But the alternative, of course, being bovine, like cattle bone. I mean, they get all kinds of shit too. They get all kinds of, you know, injections too, man. So they get all kind of V words too in their vein, in their whatever veins, I guess. I don't know. Do cows have veins? They get all that shit too, man. So steroids and hormones and antibiotics and all kinds of shit. So, but you know, does it even at that point where it's ground down to a powder? I mean, is there really any of that even left? Is there like DNA even left in that? I mean, I don't know. Something that I wonder though, because these are holistic dentists. So you would think, you know, but it's like, are they sourcing? They're not going to source. I would imagine they're just getting any fucking Nancy or Larry fucking body cadaver bone to, you know, they're not getting, you know what I mean? Like health nut people. So I don't know. It's creepy to me, man. It's creepy. But I got to decide because I've been procrastinating for way too long. And the pain, man, this fucking pain every night I'm getting in the side of my, where this tooth recently cracked. It's been more than a month probably now, but probably a couple months. But the pain is just fucking excruciating, man. Every night I got to get this shit taken care of. At least in the short term, the more problematic teeth, and then in the long term, I can, you know, worry about more extensive work. But yeah, I do have plans to drop some cash on these people because I want to get shit done and over with. I want to get this amalgam filling removed. I want to get this mercury filling removed from my fucking body. This toxic leaching mercury filling removed that I've had for years and years and years from when I was probably a teenager. So not much pineal power there when you have mercury leaching into your fucking body every day. Ever since I saw this video of what it looks like when these animals had the same fillings, and it showed in a scan like how the mercury vapor just leaches into their body and goes to like, I can't remember if it's their kidneys or their liver, but the liver would just like liver or kidney just like stores that mercury vapor. It just gets like trapped in there, you know. So I can only imagine it's doing quite a number on me over the years. Probably decreased my life expectancy at this point by years. I would think. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm just trying to be realistic. So it's not too late to turn the tide and turn in the other direction. But yeah, it's going to cost me a pretty penny, that's for sure. Yeah, start an animal shelter. I can't tell if you're kidding. We need more animal shelters. I mean, yeah, yeah, yeah. That rabbit hole is extremely deep and crazy indeed. A bone chop from a marsupial, that would be nuts. I don't know if is that a real thing? Do people is that an option? Can I get kangaroo bone instead of bovine, instead of cattle bone, instead of cadaver? Yeah, well, see, that's the thing, Pat, is that like, will dental insurance cover a holistic dentist? Probably not. Probably not. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually don't cover it at all, just to fucking spite you, just to spite you so they make sure you do get root canals and do get mercury fillings. Yeah, mercury removal specialist. Yeah, so all these holistic dentists are IAOMT certified, They're all certified in that removal. But what's interesting is how non-holistic dentists, how like regular dentists will apparently do it too, which to me is just mind-blowing. I didn't know this was a thing, but yeah. So the thing with the holistic dentist though is they have equipment that will suck the mercury vapor air out while they're taking the mercury filling out. It releases mercury vapor, and if you're breathing that shit in, and it's just going back into your body, you kind of, at least in the short term while they're doing it, you're kind of like not defeating the purpose. Obviously, you're getting it out of your body, but you're releasing all that and you're potentially breathing that toxic fucking mercury vapor in. So, they really have to be IAOMT certified, which I forget what that stands for, but that's the name of the official mercury removal specialist certification. Like, yeah. Now I'm just thinking how people ditch dogs on the road all the time and they gravitate to me for some reason. Oh, that's crazy. Where are you at again? I mean, that happens everywhere, so it doesn't really, I guess, matter what state you're on. But I've been feeding this German Shepherd that's been hanging around for a week, so he doesn't eat us. Wow. And here I'm just feeding like stray cats here and there every so often, and saving an iguana once in a blue moon. No, I'm kidding. That was the first time I saved an iguana. Actually, I think. I feel like I'd remember if there was another time. All right, but yeah, what do you guys think? Drop a 1 if I should do this one here, this introduction. It says it's also 2 to 3 hours, but let's hope it's like no more than 2 hours. I don't think it should be too hard, so it sounds pretty fucking simple. So yeah, drop a 1 for that one, or drop a 2 for drugs and alcohol awareness and prevention. I mean, I'm kind of off put by this, weed leaf with the cross through it thing. Like, it makes me want to just do this other one, but then this other one is just an introduction. And this one says falls under health, and this one falls under personal development. So I'm curious to see like what it says about alcohol. I mean, what it says about cannabis, or what they would probably call marijuana. Marijuana, don't do it. You'll kill your neighbor. Yeah, I mean, obviously there's truth to the whole laziness, the lethargic, the kind of laziness that weed can sometimes promote, as well as the lack of motivation. They kind of go hand in hand. But other than that, I mean, has anyone ever died from cannabis? Rhetorical question, of course. Has anyone ever done violent crimes due to their marijuana use? I mean, that's maybe debatable. That's maybe debatable, but I would say, for the most part, by and large, I'm pretty sure cannabis tends to make people relaxed and hungry more than anything. So usually, I don't think that's going to make people, lash out. Now, the question is, has there been cannabis or marijuana, whatever you want to call it? Many times it's been laced with, enhanced with other drugs and chemicals that, of course, have made people lash out and maybe even commit domestic violent crimes and maybe even homicides. I mean, sure, of course. Of course. Who knows what the fuck they're spraying, especially in these damn government funded dispensaries. God only knows. God only fucking knows. And the CIA, of course. But yeah, these other courses I don't think would really, like I'm not going to do one that's 5 to 6 hours anyway, even though it sounds interesting. Genes and responsive drug delivery systems. I mean, I bet this gets into the nanotechnology and shit, talking about cancer, V words, cancer therapeutics. So yeah, what do you guys think? 1 or 2? 1 or 2? 1 right here, or 2 right here. I know they both look lame as shit. All right, we got a 1 and we got a 3. That's great. You guys suck. So I got 1, 1. So maybe I'll just do the 1 then. Northern Minnesota? Is that what that is? MS? Is that Minnesota? All right, so you guys want me to do the 1, the introduction to drug and alcohol awareness. Because we're so noob-like. I mean, the only reason I would want to do this one is because it says personal development. Whatever, they're both probably lame, so let's just start learning. Let's get to it. Let's get to this riveting content. Oh, wow, I gotta log in. Serious? All right, we're just gonna do that then. Okay. Wait. Oh, right, I have to sign up. Of course. First name Pineal. Let's do this thing, man. Can't be too hard. What is surname even again? What does that mean? Is that like your whatever? I'm just putting Xander. Oh, you know what? Maybe if it, I'll just put Alexander. All right. Let's do this thing, man. Oh, you gotta be fucking shitting me. Confirm my membership. What the fuck is this, dude? Come on, man. What a bloody fucking cunt. Excuse my language. All right. Which one did I do? So gay. Wait, was it 23 I picked? Oh, no, it wasn't. It was. Damn it. It was 92, wasn't it? It was 92. Whoops. Oh, Mississippi. Okay. Mississippi. Mississippi backward is Ipsissum. Ipsissum. And I don't know what the fuck that means. That's cool. Click what, sir? What am I clicking? I just lost the share screen. Let me go back. Go here. Claim my discount. Is that what you're saying? To claim my discount? Is it going to make me enter a card number when I don't even have a fucking card? Get closer to certification. Start learning. Let's go. Well, maybe I should. Whatever. It doesn't matter. you kidding me right now? All right, let me see something here. Have you confirmed your Allison account? This is so stupid. Hit the button above. Okay, let's do this thing. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right, I'm now confirmed. My cunt is firm. Are we gonna like? Are we gonna move so I can claim the discount and see what that means? Come on, man. Let's just go. Do this again, dude. Come on. Drugs, drugs, drugs. I'm trying to learn about drugs. Start course. Let's go. LETSGO, big G, little o, go, go. All right, learning outcomes. By the end, all right, so we're started. Are we in? Are we in the damn? We're in. We're in there like swimwear. All right, let's go. By the end, you will be able to identify the signs of addiction in a person. You will be able to recall the different categories of drugs and their health risks, alleged health risks. Explain the importance of awareness in the prevention of drug and alcohol abuse. Describe the impact drug and alcohol addiction can have on a person's workplace performance and discuss the appropriate recovery and rehabilitation options available for people struggling with addictions. Fascinating. That's kind of cool. Congrats, you've started a new course. Let's go. I better be 1% done. Wow, I'm already 20% done and I haven't even done anything? That's fucking amazing. This is great. Great work. You completed the first topic. Really? I just read like the intro. That's fascinating. We got to watch a fucking video. Oh, can I speed it up? That would be awesome. I think I can, dude. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Introduction to drugs and alcohol addiction.
Hell yeah. Let's speed it up.
Introduction to the module. This module examines the types of addiction that can affect a person and the symptoms that will manifest as a result. This will form the basis for further exploration of drug and alcohol abuse. Topics to be covered. What is addiction? Types of addiction.
By the way, it's addiction, not addiction. It's two totally different things.
Signs of
if you have a shin on your dick, yeah, that's something
addiction.
else.
Reasons behind addiction. Brain.
You gotta love this voice.
Early exposure. Addiction and dependence. Drug and alcohol abuse. What is addiction?
What do you guys think? Should I put in double speed? Is 1.5 fast enough? I mean, you could really get through it fast if I put it in double speed. I mean,
in simple terms, addiction is a disorder that constantly manifests in the brain. It links reward with motivation and memory. The constant craving for a specific feeling or action will be linked to a pleasurable or positive experience. Satisfying this need evolves into a compulsive search for repeated experiences, with little concern about the consequences. A person with an addiction will find their everyday routines severely disrupted. Then, there will be periods of remission and relapse, cycling between moderate and extreme cravings. These loops or cycles can affect a person for extended periods of their life, potentially causing severe health and financial problems. Types of addiction. Research suggests that around 1/3 of the global population has an addiction problem of some kind, from gambling to exercise and other activities.
you know, I could understand that, you know, because when you have to hear these AI voices on something simple like this, it makes it really terrible. They couldn't take the time to just get a real voice for this short course. I mean, that's just AI is going to make everyone. I think AI is going to make the suicide rate go up. It's already very high. I think it's going to go higher. I hate to say it, but
however, most people associate addiction with drug and alcohol misuse. According to government figures, the UK saw 270,705 adults officially seek treatment from this form of addiction between April 2019 and March 2020, and those are only the reported cases. Drugs and alcohol abuse is often highlighted in the UK media, and some people with drug addiction can also show alcoholic tendencies.
See, wouldn't it be so ironic? Seriously, wouldn't it be so ironic if AI is a leading cause in that statistic? You know, more and more people seeing fake videos and hearing fake voices that are taking them away from reality, you know, and the quality of, you know, human to human interaction. I'm just saying here. I mean, I'm talking to you guys and you guys are real. I hope most of you guys are real. I've never seen a few of you. So shit, you guys could be AI. That would be fucking crazy. But at least, you know, hopefully, God willing, that you are real. At least I'm talking to some real people, even if it is through his chat box. But just saying. Oh, look at this chick.
Addictions are linked to nicotine, cigarettes, THC, cannabis, opioids,
Good times.
cocaine and other Class A drugs. Signs of addiction. Levels or the severity of the addiction will relate directly to a person's circumstances, health, and ability to maintain a form of self-control. Changes in a person's demeanor can provide signs or symptoms of severe addiction. This can include changes relating specifically to
One with the drugs.
social interactions, seeking out certain events or locations, unusual behavior, becoming secretive or furtive, health, sleeplessness, memory loss, etc. Mood swings. A person can be aware that addiction is harmful, but still not be able to prevent their actions. In addition, a lack of self-discipline may also contribute to an escalation in addiction habits. There are other distinctive behavioral and emotional traits that can potentially
Holy
highlight
shit, I
severe
think
forms
I went to high school with that guy. I fucking went to high school with that guy,
of
dude.
addiction. They include
Yeah, we did drugs together.
fantasized or unrealistic expectations of the issues that will be faced by continuing their current intake of substances or proceeding with continual poor lifestyle choices, blaming external influences or other individuals for their current problems, showing more extreme signs of anxiety, depression, and sadness, reacting exaggeratedly during stressful or sensitive incidents, unable to self-diagnose or identify personal feelings, difficulties separating intense feelings from physical sensations. Reasons behind addiction. Using drugs or engaging.
Let's not jump to conclusions, guys. I mean, AI robots maybe can have real problems too. So let's not jump the gun on
Specific
that one.
activities may provide an intense high, which is pleasurable on a physical and psychological level. If this feeling can be repeated.
Hey, maybe spiritual too. Don't forget spiritual. I mean, I don't know if you get, I'm guessing this AI has probably never taken some really good LSD, but or some really good mushrooms, but it's never too late. Cynthia, or what should we name it? Where's Cynthia? No, I'm not gonna even go there.
Then it will be hard to resist, as the person will
Jesus
crave the same
Christ.
positivity
That was the first time I even thought of that
or
bitch.
pleasure that they
in
felt
fucking a
before.
year.
This is essentially the core principle of addiction and can be caused by several factors. Brain. Some individuals may experiment with a drug or activity and never feel compelled to repeat the experience, whereas other people can quickly become addicted to it. The frontal lobe in the brain governs self-control, and malfunctions in this area can encourage the pursuit of rewards and pleasure. Other areas of the human brain regions can also contribute to an addiction. The anterior cingulate cortex, ACC, and the nucleus accumbens,
Okay, see, I didn't know this. I'm actually learning something here. The anterior. Okay, all right, the nucleus. All right, that sounds pretty scientific.
CC region control a person's reaction to pleasurable stimuli. Any issues here could also cause an exaggerated response. Chemical imbalances in the brain may also leave someone prone to addiction, as may psychiatric disorders such as depression or bipolar disorder. Coping methods could lead to addiction and dependency if not monitored. Early exposure.
I will say one thing. One thing that I definitely have noticed since I've just stopped. Again, all I was really doing was smoking anyway. Before the new year. Well, I actually had started drinking a little bit, just kind of like celebratory, because it was like the holidays, and like I was drinking a little bit, and because there was some new purchased, Kahlua and Bailey's, so it was kind of mixing the Kahlua with the Bailey's and some like almond milk or whatever, or buttermilk or whatever the hell we had, kind of making like dessert drinks, with a little ice cream. So, I started doing that towards the holidays, Hanukkah, Christmas, New Year's. And then just right before midnight, New Year's, I just kind of got my last little bit of drinking, smoking, and vape, my little last bit of nicotine and THC and alcohol. And yeah, just haven't looked back since. But I did take that joint from those guys at Denny's the other day because they offered it to me, and I did kind of just like hold it there, and kind of smelled it. I didn't hit it really, but I took a few sniffs of it, like through my nose, which I mean, I was really drawing the line right there. I was really crossing that line. But I handed it back to him, and the guy was like, "Man, you just smelled the hell out of that joint, dude." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm still gonna try to keep the no smoking thing going, man. See how long I can go for." He's like, "Yeah, good for you, man. Good for you." But yeah, I was really close to that line. I was tiptoeing there.
Childhood exposure to drugs and compulsive activities can also play a role in later addictions, as can genetics. But while the children of an addict have a raised possibility of inheriting these traits, it is never a certainty. Addiction and dependence. It can be easy to interchange the words addiction and dependence and mistake one for the other. The differences between the two should be considered. Dependence. An individual builds up a physical immunity to a drug or substance and needs greater quantities to reach a high. Severe withdrawal symptoms occur if they stop and are best treated by gradually reducing a drug or substance intake. Addiction. The brain function of an individual has been altered by substance misuse. They often have uncontrollable impulses to take any action to procure drugs, regardless of the moral or legal consequences. Complete treatment is needed to alleviate this urge. Drug and alcohol abuse. Alcohol addiction will invariably center around binge drinking periods and an obsession with consuming an increasing number of drinks with high alcohol content. Those at risk of developing alcoholic tendencies will have immediate access to alcohol, smoke or have a drug addiction, shows signs of depression and anxiety, be typically male if influenced by peer pressure. Symptoms of alcohol addiction can include relationship problems at work, school, or home, little regard for personal safety, frequent law breaking, usually drinking and driving, insistent drinking despite the intervention of others. Alcohol dependence can lead directly to severe alcoholism. This means that the body has developed a chemical reliance on alcohol intake to function. Symptoms of this can include incessantly craving drinks, lack of self-control with the contents of the drink, increasingly more significant amounts needed at any one sitting, showing a range of negative symptoms when sober, nausea, sweating, shaking, anxiety, increased blood pressure, seizures, etc. Needing time to recover from a hangover. Failure to recognize severe health problems and adverse effects from their current drinking habits. Common types of addictive drugs found in the UK include heroin, cocaine, ecstasy, LSD, speed, ketamine, mephedrone, benzodiazepines, amphetamines.
Wait, what now? Mephedrone? I haven't even heard about that in so long. Is that still out there? What about methadone? People still on methadone? Are there still methadone clinics and shit? I wonder. Oh, and by the way, benzos, right? As far as benzos, notice how in tons and tons of food, right, you'll see sodium benzoate. Well, supposedly, right? Supposedly, that preservative ingredient that's in so many fucking foods, you'll see sodium benzoate and also potassium sorbate. Just to name a couple that are really, really popular, especially here in the States. Sodium benzoate supposedly metabolizes in the body and converts into a benzodiazepine, hence the name benzoate. Sodium benzoate. So just food for thought there. Well, hopefully not food for thought, because it's a benzo. So it makes you stupid, essentially. It makes you doped. They're doping us up, people. All right, Sir Patrick. There's some non-food for non-thought, hopefully, for you. Yeah, I'm still listening. Is it really going to do this? What if I had to take a piss?
And steroids. Those susceptible to drug addiction may include those who
I love you, sir.
succumb to social and peer
No
pressure,
homo. Full
exhibit
promo.
depression or panic disorders, have access to drugs, socialize with drug dependence, have a familial connection with drugs. Symptoms of drug addiction will include constant problems at work, school, or home, insistence on using illegal drugs for recreation, conflict with law enforcement from drug use, continued use of drugs following negative experiences.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Sobriety is so underrated. Even more so, it's just that drugs and alcohol are so overrated, I think is what it is, by and large. It's not to say that like I mean, I have a sweet spot for the psychedelics, you know what I mean? The microdosing, especially, there's a lot to say for. But just drugs and alcohol, especially alcohol, I feel like, man, just and the hard drugs, just so overrated. Then again, I mean, I think people know crack is whack, you know. So hence all the, catchphrases. What's the catchphrase for like meth though and heroin? Crack is whack. Dope is a joke. Meth is, I don't know. Meth is a mess. I don't know. We got to come up with catchphrases for those
Summary.
that rhyme.
Addiction can originate from a brain disorder that links feelings of pleasure or reward with motivation and memory.
Right.
An addiction can take many forms, but is most often attached to issues associated with drugs and alcohol. Those with an addiction will often ignore moral and legal issues to continue the positive experiences that they have with the substance.
Very true. Very true.
Malfunctions or chemical imbalances in the brain can seriously affect self-control and the responses to pleasure or rewards.
Factual.
Dependency and addiction are somewhat different in concept and should be treated in inappropriate ways. Thank you. This is the end of this module. Thanks for watching. Happy learning.
Well, we're just really getting through it. We're just really just flying through this right now. Should we just rewatch that again just to really let it sink in? I'm joking. I'm joking. Calm down. All right. Yeah, you know, I can definitely align. I can definitely relate with a lot of this. You know, like the malfunctions, chemical imbalances in the brain can seriously affect self-control and the responses to pleasure or rewards. I mean, again, I notice now being, you know, sober, and I'm sure I've noticed this in the past many times when I've gotten sober, whether I kind of had to based on the situation where I was in my life, or just based on like right now, just self, you know, just what's it called, self-initiated, self-chosen sobriety instead of self-chosen suffering. Not to say you can't suffer come sober. I mean, just from normal life experiences, loss, love and love lost, losing people, just whatever, financial. I mean, come on, just life is suffering. But yeah, I've noticed I definitely use um, not just drugs, but I use poor choices as a mask for, um, you know, a way to avoid what's the word? Reconciling my reality, so to speak, the grief that I'm dealing with or not dealing with, rather. Um, like again, how I brought up on my last stream, my last shit stream, hence why I put test on the stream. But yeah, just how in like 2010, how I totally just went down a crazy road after my dad's suicide. But again, even before my dad did that, I was already on a rocky road there, getting expelled and then getting arrested, and then it was like month by month. January getting expelled, February getting arrested at the expulsion school. When I got arrested when I got expelled, actually, and then a month later got arrested again. Got you know, made my 6 months at the expulsion school into 12 immediately, just a month after I got there, and then a month after that in March, my dad passing away, and then a few months after that, you know, getting in trouble with the girl I was seeing at the time with shit on me, and then a month after that, I think, you know, the shit with the cops and the Leo, the dog, and the cops, you know, beating the shit out of me and all that. And then later on that year, going to rehab. Like 2010 was just a perfect model of. Uh, it was the biggest, I think, learning time for me, for sure. It's not to say I didn't fuck up many times after that, but I would say after 2010 and going to rehab, I definitely rode on that, what I learned from that for a while. It held me off for a while before I started getting in trouble again. And I can't remember what exactly led me to start getting in trouble again. You know, you know, in my early 20s, I guess it would have been. Um, oh well, yeah. Never mind. I do remember what it was. I had a party at my house. My house got robbed, and then I tried to get the shit back from the person who robbed me, and I actually did get some of it back. And I was, you know, I think I had gone back again, got some stuff back that got stolen from me, and then maybe on like this third time, I think is when I got caught by the person who robbed my house trying to steal back shit, and yeah, it didn't work out. Revenge is a, what do they say? Revenge is a dish best served. Uh, Well, no, not that one. Hold on. Revenge is mine, saith the Lord. So is the one maybe I was trying to think of. Uh, but yeah, revenge is not something you want to usually. It doesn't usually work out for the best. Uh, Not when you overdo it, especially. It's like, get it over with once, man. Had I just done it maybe once, then I would have been all right. But yeah, I wanted all my shit back. I wanted all of it back. I wanted my parents' fucking wedding ring back. I wanted all my dad's jewelry back. You know what I mean? I wanted my shit back, but it didn't work out that way. And the cops really didn't give a fuck, even though they took fingerprints at the house. They didn't give a shit, you know. So I decided I was going to take it in my own hands. But you know, this doesn't work that way unless you're really good. You know, unless you're really good at what you do. Like don't be under the influence and try to get your shit back. You know what I mean? Don't be fucking retarded. It's not going to work. Probably
Overview
not going to
drugs.
work.
Introduction to the module. This module looks at the types of drugs that are commonly encountered in the UK, alongside the legal classifications and health risks that accompany them. Topics to be covered. What are drugs?
What are
Types of
drugs?
drugs.
I am drugs, lady. I am drugs. I don't need them. I am them. Go. What's going on here? Play.
Depressants. Hallucinogens.
Hallucinogens.
Legal and illegal drugs. Illegal drugs overview. Drug problem signs. Most used drugs in the UK. Opioids. Cocaine.
In the UK. What about
Benzodiazepines.
in the US?
MDMA and ecstasy.
Dude, even this AI this is a British AI. Just
Ketamine.
not
Health
realizing.
risks of drugs.
Is this chick about to do all those lines? Are you serious? This chick's about to rail all them lines right now? I don't think so, dude. You're gonna have a fucking mean nosebleed, bro.
Introduction. Drug misuse is a social problem in all global territories, with the perception and treatment for it changing with every border crossing. However, in the UK, drug abuse remains a significant health issue and is periodically highlighted by areas of the media and government reports.
I'm just gonna see what double speed sounds like. It's probably too ridiculous, but
However, it often remains a controversial subject with intense and differing emotions shown during some cases. Because of this sensitivity, sometimes scientific research can fail to be considered by policymakers, or the experiences of those with drug problems can go unheard. What are drugs? Drugs are natural or artificial substances that affect the mental or physical status of people. Taking a drug can directly affect a person's brain functions, personal behavior, emotional processes, ability to understand, sensory input. If a medical professional has not prescribed the drug, the effects can be unpredictable and potentially dangerous. Drug abuse is the term typically given to the use of specific chemicals for recreational purposes in the hope of providing a pleasurable or positive feeling. In statistical terms, there are estimated to be more than 190 million drug users globally, and the totals have continued to increase, especially amongst young adults below the age of 30.
you know, I'll tell you, I'm really glad I saved an iguana's life, but I sure wish I could have saved some of my homies, man, that fucking dropped from drugs. And I mean that. I really do. I mean, you know, the shoulda, woulda, coulda thing. I mean, aside from the other people I've lost, non-drug related, I mean, but I could even say my grandma, you know, who just passed. Obviously, she was old. I mean, she was 80 fucking 7. But I mean, just like I figured would happen, it happened. You know, her getting over medicated in the hospital, and you know, that's really, you know, they'll say it was the sepsis and the fucking UTI that took her out. But I mean, in my opinion, all the fucking, I'm pretty sure they gave her like an antibiotic, a fucking steroid, a fucking this, that, and the third. All the shit they gave her that probably didn't mix well. I'm pretty sure that's what actually, literally, you know what I mean, probably did it. So, just saying, man. Drugs are bad, man. Drugs are bad.
Types of drugs. Common recreational drugs can be further categorized by the overriding effects that they have on the human body. The categories go by the titles of depressants. They slow down the functions and responses of the central nervous system. Hallucinogens. These have a wide range of different effects on sensory input and output, changing the way that sight, sounds, taste, smell, and touch operates for each person. Stimulants. They speed up the function of the central nervous system, along with reactions and responses. Some recreational drugs can have multiple effects on the human body. For example, cannabis can be categorized under any of these groupings.
What?
Depressants. Whilst depressants do slow down signals traveling from the brain to other systems, they are not actually associated with feelings of sadness. However, they do affect a person's ability to concentrate, their overall physical coordination, and response times to stimuli. Small doses can result in feelings of calmness, relaxation, and less inhibitive behavior. However, large quantities can invariably lead to fainting, nausea, and even fatalities. Type of depressants would include alcohol, benzodiazepines, Valium and other tranquilizers, cannabis, GHB, gamma hydroxybutyrate, ketamine, opioids, heroin, morphine, codeine. Hallucinogens. As suggested by the name, intake of a hallucinogen can lead to a person experiencing
Not hallucinogens, people. It's hallucinogens. Get it right, okay?
hallucinations and perceiving a different form of reality. Sensory input will become significantly affected, and they may think that they smell, hear, taste, or even touch things that do not exist. Strange concepts or thoughts may also be experienced. A small can lead to feelings of dizziness, flying, confusion, or numbness. Any larger doses can cause intense hallucinations, memory loss, feelings of panic and paranoia, and increased heart rates. Uncharacteristic aggressive behavior may also manifest.
I wonder if she says psychedelics. Like, how does she say psychedelics? I want to hear it. Are they going to say it? At any point?
Examples of hallucinogens.
Oh, there we go. Now we're talking. Let's show that's really interesting. Like, they got the blotter in the bottle with the liquid. That works, I guess, if you flip it over and then,
These
yeah.
include cannabis, ketamine, LSD, lysergic acid defilamide,
LSD.
psilocybin, magic mushroom,
Psilocybin, this bitch said. Fascinating.
PCP, phencyclidine. Stimulants. A stimulant will invariably speed up the nerve impulses from the brain to the body. This will lead to faster heartbeats, elevated blood pressure, increased body temperature with possible heat exhaustion, loss of appetite, agitation and twitchiness, insomnia. A smaller dose can seem to make you more alert, with feelings of positivity and energy. However, large amounts can increase these feelings towards fear and panic, accompanied by severe cramps and potential fits or bouts of epilepsy. Examples of stimulants include amphetamines, speed, caffeine, cocaine, ecstasy, MDMA, methyldeoxymethamphetamine.
I like how they put caffeine and nicotine on here. Oh, that's cool. It's 206 on 206, and we're 20% done, and there's 6 watching. You see how I did that? Triple 206 effect. All right.
Nicotine.
Yeah, I love how they include caffeine and nicotine on there, though. That's awesome.
Legal and illegal drugs. Typically, a legal medication is any product or drug
They
that is
deserve
bought in
to
a
be
high-street
on there.
pharmacy or chemist, or obtained with a prescription from a registered doctor. An illegal medication cannot be lawfully made, purchased, or marketed, resulting in prosecution if an individual is reported to be engaging in those acts. However, some legal drugs can still be limited in the amounts that are purchased due to the risks involved with larger doses. This applies to certain medications used for pain relief, and with some substances like caffeine and nicotine. Illegal drugs overview. All medications will have some kind of effect on the human body and how it works. Therefore, classifying a drug as criminal means that it has been lawfully banned from public use by government legislation. An illicit drug will be banned depending upon the effects it is deemed to have. The type or strength of the effect on an individual's body will depend upon the type and class of drug being used, the amount which is consumed in a dose, time and location of the dosage, activities the taker is performing at the time, health and fitness of the taker, combinations of drugs that are taken in one period. Drug problem signs. There are varied signs and symptoms that a person may have an addiction to drugs. These would include an assortment of the following behaviors: unusual social interactions and changing friendships, tendency to spend time alone, loss of interest in hobbies, poor hygiene and personal appearance, constantly lethargic or depressed, changes in appetite, erratic attempts at communication, mood swings, unusual sleeping patterns, uncharacteristically late for work and essential appointments, behavioral problems with others at work or school, unexpected family conflicts. Most used drugs in the UK. Opioids. In recent years, the UK became the largest opioid-using populace in Europe. In 2017, over 57,000 UK citizens were treated for opioid addiction, which...
All right, but what about the US, though? This is interesting how it's all... Yeah, cocaine is a hell of a drug. Shout out to Rick James, dude. Shout out to Rick
made
James.
up around a third of the total in Europe, excluding Germany. A significant amount of drug-related deaths in the UK continue to be attributable to opioid use.
What is this picture, by the way? Is that like the pills and then the crushed pill? I guess. Okay. Yeah.
Cocaine. Government figures suggest that powder cocaine has become the most commonly used illicit stimulant in the UK. Its use rose by 2.9% in 2018 to 2019, the highest rise since 2008 to 2009. Consistent use by those aged 15 years also rose significantly in 2018 in England, 4.2%. And
Yeah, they need to update all this shit, and they need to make a US version. This is not okay.
Scotland,
What would Trump say?
5.4%. Powder cocaine was the main reason for 13% of registered individuals to start rehabilitation in 2018, and this number remains constant. Unfortunately, the UK has also become a center point for crack cocaine issues in Europe. Those addicted to this form of substance abuse numbered around 11,000 in the country.
Riding that train high on cocaine.
Which makes up 65% of Europe's total. During the last decade, the UK's police and emergency services have seen a significant rise in fatalities directly attributable to cocaine, powder and crack. Benzodiazepines. Scotland, in particular, has seen a substantial rise in...
I'm amazed that I've never like actually smoked crack. Like, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I've never. I mean, I guess smoking dirties. But I've never actually smoked. Rocks. So I'm proud of myself for that.
The illegal use of benzodiazepines
I gotta say,
were associated.
I'm just gonna say that. Put that on the record.
Deaths rose to 792 confirmed fatalities in 2018, as opposed to 191 in 2015. They
That's
are
a
sometimes
fucking
known as street
accomplishment,
Valium
man.
and can contain a cocktail of drugs, including etislam, banned in the USA. Benzodiazepines are listed on around 60% of D.A.R.Es, drug-related deaths, that were officially registered in Northern Ireland during 2018. Usage of benzos is starting to rise in the bracket of 15-year-olds, with 1.7% admitting use in England during 2018 and 2.8% in Scotland. MDMA and ecstasy. Although associated with the rave culture of the 1980s, young people are returning to the use of MDMA in recent years.
Now we're
In 2018,
talking.
Around 4.5% of 16 to 19-year-olds have taken MDMA, which is the highest benchmark since 2019. For 15-year-olds, 3.9% of them have experimented with MDMA in England and 6% in Scotland. 75% of those admitted to drug rehabilitation centers with MDMA problems were under 20 years old in 2018. Compare
That's
the
a
figure
lot
to
of dope.
53% only 3 years previously, 2015. While still an ongoing concern, deaths relating to MDMA incidents remain far lower than opioids, benzodiazepines, or cocaine.
Wait a minute. 75% of those admitted to drug rehabs come with MDMA problems. Oh wait, those admitted to come. Wait, what are they trying to say here? Hold on. Oh, okay, I get it now. Okay. That 3/4 of the people who came to drug rehabs with MDMA problems were under 20. Okay. You gotta read that right to not get it wrong. I got it now.
Or cocaine.
Was on ongoing. Wait,
Ketamine.
wait. Hold on. One more time.
Or cocaine.
Oh my gosh, stop.
cocaine.
I'm trying to pause on the damn part with the damn. All right. Deaths related to MDMA incidents remain far lower than. Okay, yeah. I would imagine. Like, not a lot of people die from MDMA. I mean, you gotta really take a shit ton of MDMA, dude, to die. I'm pretty sure it's a very high LD50. Like, it's a very high lethal dose to die from MDMA. I'm pretty sure.
Benzodiazepines or cocaine. Ketamine. Initially discovered in the 1950s and used mainly for legitimate uses as anesthesia, ketamine became recreational and hallucinogenic. According to government figures, the figures for users appears to be on the rise, and there are fears that it has become another drug of choice for young people. Meanwhile, ketamine used by adults has reportedly hit new levels of usage in England and Wales, as around 0.8% had taken at least one dose during 2017 to 2018. However, it now appears that people in the age bracket of 16 to 24 years are about 4 times more likely to experiment with ketamine than adults, and figures are being monitored. Health risks of drugs. In 2017, 3,284 D.A.R.Es were reported in the UK and were defined as being caused by the intake of at least one illicit drug or substance. A drug mortality rate can be calculated from the EMCDDA, European Monitoring Centre for Drugs and Drug Addiction, definition from this figure. England was recorded at 76 per million, with Scotland at 229, the highest value in Europe during 2017. Hepatitis C was also a concern caused by the sharing of infected syringes, which affected around 54% of UK users in 2018, apart from Scotland, which recorded 57% in 2017. Summary. Any drug can cause a change in a person's mental and physical aspect, with illicit drugs causing overriding adverse effects. Most drugs can be categorized into 3 different subsets, although some may appear in all 3 of them due to their nature. Smaller doses of any drug can have a markedly different effect on the body when the dosage is significantly increased, including fatalities. A legal medication can easily be bought over the counter within agreed limits, but illegal medications cannot be lawfully made, purchased, or marketed. The UK has a more significant problem with illicit drugs and usage by young people than many other European countries. Thank you.
Really?
This
It's
is the end of this
fascinating.
module. Thanks for
I didn't
watching.
know that.
Happy learning.
Is that true? Does the UK have a worse problem than? I mean, I could see that, but I didn't know that.
Be bought over the counter within agreed limits.
Oh, than many other European countries. Oh, okay. All right. So what's next? I wonder, like, am I able to just like? Wait a minute. Do I have to watch all these videos? Can I just like skip this shit? So we got alcohol and then prevention and awareness. I mean, I don't want to watch these. That's just, I get it.
Overview of alcohol.
What do you think? Should I just skip it? Like, should I just
Introduction to the
skip this
module.
shit?
In this
And just go to the
module,
questions?
Your aspects of getting the pros and cons of alcohol will be described in detail. Topics to be covered. Introduction. What is alcohol? History of alcohol. Health risks of alcohol. Liver and pancreas. Hypertension. Cancer. Mental health. Overweight and obesity. Digestive problems. Alcohol poisoning. Malnutrition and vitamin deficiency. Osteoporosis. Therapeutic uses. Importance of treatment for resolving alcohol problems. Introduction. Alcohol use is an important component of modern culture in the United Kingdom and around the world. Alcoholic beverages like beer, wine, and spirits are produced on a massive scale as part of a multi-billion-pound global industry. Alcohol is a psychoactive substance that, when used in moderation, can cause sensations of relaxation and exhilaration. As a result, it is widely taken in a variety of social situations and throughout the socioeconomic spectrum. On the other hand, alcohol is an addictive chemical, and its misuse is linked to a variety of dose-related adverse effects that can cause significant harm to both the individual and society. The proportions of alcohol usage in the UK, as well as the pattern of binge drinking and heavy drinking, have piqued curiosity in recent years. Alcohol consumption is causally associated with a wide range of medical conditions and is a significant cause of morbidity and premature death worldwide. In addition, it contributes to a range of acute and chronic health consequences, from alcohol poisoning and injuries resulting from traffic crashes to cancer and cardiovascular disease. Alcohol misuse is associated with crime, violence, and antisocial behavior, and can significantly impact family and community life. The cost of alcohol misuse in the UK is substantial, both in terms of direct costs and indirect costs. What is alcohol? Alcohol is created as yeast ferments, breaks down without oxygen, carbohydrates in different types of food. For example, wine is made from sugar in grapes, beer from sugar in malted barley, a form of grain, and cider from sugar in apples, vodka from sugar in potatoes, beets and other plants. Alcohol is known as a sedative hypnotic drug, which means that it depresses the cardiovascular system at high doses. At smaller doses, alcohol can serve as a stimulant, causing feelings of euphoria and talkativeness, but drinking so much alcohol at one session can lead to your respiratory distress, coma, or even death. Alcohol is one of the most important organic compounds. They are used as sweeteners and in the manufacturing of perfumes. Additionally, they are important intermediates in synthesizing other compounds and are among the most available organic chemicals in the industry. Probably the two most known alcohols are ethanol and methanol, or methyl alcohol. Ethanol is used in toiletries, pharmaceuticals, and oils, and is used to sterilize hospital equipment. In comparison, there is alcohol in alcoholic drinks. The anesthetic ether is also composed of ethanol. Methanol is used as a solvent, as a raw material for the production of formaldehyde and special resins, for special oils, antifreeze, and metal washing. History of alcohol. Humans have used alcohol for thousands of years. Natural fermentation accidentally produced the first non-distilled alcoholic beverages. Fruit juice was most likely used to make the first wines consumed thousands of years ago. Most fruit juices are contaminated with organisms, especially yeasts, that make up the flora on the fruit. When the temperature in the surroundings is just right, alcoholic fermentation occurs. According to authorities, the first beers were made in Egypt between 6000 and 5000 before Christ, while some accounts claim that people were making alcoholic beverages as far back as 10,000 years ago. On the one hand, alcoholic beverages have long been associated with significant social events such as births, religious rituals, marriages, and funerals. Individuals were not thought to be harmed by such drinking, and societies were seen to benefit from it. America earned the reputation of being a country of drunkards. Adult people of the nascent country consumed 6 gallons of pure alcohol per capita in 1790, and by 1830, consumption had increased to 7 gallons per capita. For each adult, this equates to nearly 5 alcoholic beverage drinks every day. The disadvantages of heavy drinking became more apparent due to this consumption, especially in a culture heading toward urbanization and industrialization. Health risks of alcohol. Long-term alcohol drinking can cause a variety of physical and mental health problems, as well as serious damage to many of the body's organs. Pancreas and liver. The liver is particularly vulnerable to alcohol intake since it metabolizes the majority of alcohol in the human body. Heavy drinking can develop alcoholic fatty liver and liver inflammation, leading to scarring and cirrhosis, preventing the organ from working normally. However, because the liver is a powerful organ, symptoms may not appear until the damage has progressed. Cirrhosis is linked to the majority of occurrences of liver cancer. Pancreatitis is a disorder in which the pancreas becomes inflamed as a result of excessive drinking. Acute, short-term, and chronic pancreatitis can both be caused by excessive alcohol use. Chronic pancreatitis is frequently induced by years of excessive alcohol intake. Hypertension. Overconsumption of alcohol causes hypertension, high blood pressure, which is a risk factor for heart attacks, heart disease, heart failure, stroke, aneurysms, kidney disease, and other illnesses. Cancer. Alcohol is also linked to several diseases, including liver cancer. Cancers of the intestine, breast, larynx, mouth, esophagus, and throat are among them. Alcohol is converted to acetaldehyde in the body, which breaks DNA and prevents cells from repairing themselves. Alcohol also raises the amounts of hormones that affect cell division, such as estrogen. Mental health. Alcohol is a depressant, which means that it can help reduce stress and ease inhibitions in the short term, which makes it tempting to some people who suffer from social anxiety. On the other hand, regular drinking can exacerbate anxiety and sadness, trapping people who use alcohol as a kind of self-medication in a vicious cycle. In addition, the chemistry of the brain is altered by alcohol, which increases the risk of depression. While the worry that comes with the physical symptoms of an alcohol hangover might cause people to drink more in order to feel normal again, anxiety has been linked to the development of mental health issues as well as alcoholism. Heavy drinking can also lead to self-harm or suicide, and dependent drinkers are more likely to develop psychosis. Overweight and obesity. 1 gram of alcohol contains 7 calories. Hence, a single UK unit includes 56 calories. These are regarded as empty calories, because alcohol has no nutritious value. Even though many alcoholic beverages are rich in calories, public awareness is still low. As a result, several health organizations have advocated for mandatory calorie disclosure on alcohol labels. While under the influence of alcohol, people are more prone to eat poor, high-calorie foods, which increases the risk of weight gain.
Facts.
Digestive problems. Alcohol irritates the digestive system and increases the formation of acid in the stomach, which can lead to gastritis, or inflammation of the stomach lining, acid reflux, and, over time, peptic ulcers can be caused by excessive drinking. Alcohol poisoning. Alcohol poisoning is a potentially lethal illness that occurs when a person consumes an excessive amount of alcohol in a short period of time, such as during binge drinking. Malnutrition and vitamin deficiency. Alcohol also decreases the pancreas's synthesis of digestive enzymes that aid in the digestion of carbs and fats, making it more difficult for the body to absorb essential elements like proteins and vitamins. Osteoporosis. Alcohol's effect on the pancreas also makes it difficult for the body to absorb calcium and vitamin D, both of which are important for bone health. This makes binge drinking a risk factor for osteoporosis, a disease that causes bones to weaken and break more easily. Therapeutic uses. You might be used to thinking of alcohol as the panacea for all of life's ills, but you now know that its social worth far outweighs its medical benefit. Nevertheless, alcohol does have a few therapeutic applications. It's an ingredient in a number of legal medicinal products, for example. Because alcohol is a suitable solvent, it's used in cough syrups and other treatments that are taken orally in small amounts. Furthermore, mouthwashes and shaving lotions contain alcohol as a component. Individuals may be advised to consume alcoholic beverages in modest amounts before meals to stimulate appetite and digestion in convalescent or elderly patients. In addition, compounds designed to treat skin disorders also contain alcohol. Ethanol sponges are used to treat fevers because alcohol cools when it evaporates. In addition, alcohol is present in liniment preparations. Finally, dehydrated alcohol can be injected near neurons or sympathetic ganglia to treat persistent pain, which can occur in individuals with inoperable cancer. Importance of treatment for resolving alcohol problems. It has almost become a method in society that when alcohol and other drug problems reach a certain level, the sufferer will almost always require treatment in order to return to a healthy life. In the past, most alcohol problems, including alcohol abuse and alcohol dependence, were resolved without the individual seeking formal help of any kind. In fact, it appears that regardless of the drug of interest, people who develop problems with substance abuse are more likely to resolve them on their own than through treatment. Moreover, this appears to be the case regardless of whether or not the person's substance problems reached a level that warranted a diagnosis. The only way to effectively put an end to alcohol problems is to initiate and sustain lifelong abstinence from alcohol. Abstinence is a more common resolution among people who undergo treatment, while moderation of drinking to a point at which alcohol is no longer creating negative consequences or symptoms of alcohol abuse or dependence. It is the most
Guy
common
looks
route
like
to
he's
resolution
taking a
for those
dump.
people who resolve drinking problems without treatment. It is largely, though not entirely, true that the more a person drinks, the more likely it is that you will experience problems as a result of that drinking. Summary. Alcohol is a psychoactive chemical that can cause sensations of relaxation and exhilaration when consumed in moderation. Alcohol intake has been linked to a variety of medical disorders and is a leading cause of morbidity and premature death around the world. Heavy drinking can develop alcoholic fatty liver and liver inflammation, which can lead to scarring and cirrhosis, preventing the organ from working normally. 1 gram of alcohol contains 7 calories, and hence a single UK unit includes 56 calories. These are regarded as empty calories because alcohol has no nutritious value. Dehydrated alcohol can be injected near nerves or sympathetic ganglia to treat persistent pain in individuals with inoperable cancer. Thank you. This is the end of this module. Thanks for watching. Happy learning.
Epic. All right, so, I'm just realizing that all this time watching these videos, I had like 10 people and could have helped with the questionnaire, but since we've been watching these videos, kind of lost the audience. Understandably, because it's in double speed. Totally expected, should be expected. But I think after I watch this last video, I'm just gonna end the stream and then we can do the next part on another stream, maybe? It's already almost 2:30 in the morning here. And I'm pirating my neighbor's Wi-Fi. So, so I think we'll do the questionnaire on another stream. Do a part 2 stream tomorrow, maybe? What do you guys think? Or should I just like get to the questionnaire? I don't know. Because I still gotta watch this video. Prevention and awareness.
Prevention and awareness. Introduction to the module. Awareness can make a big difference in the prevention of drug and alcohol abuse. This module will discuss prevention and various ideas of awareness for the abusive usage of drugs and alcohol. Topics to be covered. 1. Goal and purpose of prevention. 2. Principles of prevention. 3. Ideas for substance awareness projects. Discussions. Fairs and displays. Pamphlets. Videos. Performances. Media campaign. Conferences. Other projects. 4. Financial resources. Goal and purpose of prevention. Drug addiction is a major preventable cause of morbidity and mortality worldwide. The consequences of substance use can be severe and can exacerbate existing individual and socioeconomic disparities. At the individual level, substance use can contribute to the deterioration of physical and mental health and social problems. Prevention is a central component of a comprehensive strategy to address substance use and support the population's health, well-being, and productivity. It is particularly important in rural settings, where many youth and adolescents are marginalized and living in poverty. Evidence-based prevention strategies, sustained over time, and reach a range of different age groups and populations, can significantly support the health and well-being of rural youth and adolescents. The primary goal of substance use prevention is to help non-substance users avoid or delay substance use initiation. In addition, for those who are already substance users, prevention seeks to minimize the likelihood that they will develop substance use disorders, for example, dependence. For those who are already substance users, prevention also has a broader purpose: to support the healthy and safe development of children and youth and to realize their talents and potential by becoming contributing members of their community and society. Principles of prevention. 1. Try to know the cause behind the crisis and you're trying to help. Next, address acceptable risk and preventive factors for drug use in a given population. These can be done if you follow some steps like: 1. Define a population. A population can be defined by age, gender, race, geography, and institution. 2. Assess levels of risk, protection, and substance abuse for that population. Risk factors raise the risk of drug abuse, and protectors inhibit the risk of substance abuse in the presence of trouble. Danger and protective factors may be divided into domains and defined as important to people, families, friends, colleges, workplaces, and the environment. 3. Focus on all risk levels, with special attention to those exposed to high risk and low protection. The preventive programs and policies should concentrate on all forms of risk, but specific attention should be paid to a given community. Population evaluation may help to sharpen the preventive emphasis. 4. Try to find out what approach works better and use it. Use approaches that are previously shown to be effective, such as reduce the availability of illicit drugs, alcohol, and tobacco for the underaged. Community regulation, policies and services will limit the supply and marketing of illegal drugs. They will also minimize the supply and attractiveness of alcohol and nicotine to the underage. Strengthen anti-drug use behaviors and norms. Strengthen environmental support for anti-drug use attitudes by exchanging reliable statistics on substance abuse, promoting drug-free behaviors, and upholding legislation and regulations related to controlled drugs. Strengthen life skills and the methods of drug rejection. Teach life skills and drug refusal skills using immersive strategies that rely on critical thought, communication, and social competence. Reduce vulnerability and improve family security. Families reinforce these skills by setting boundaries, clarifying goals, tracking actions, engaging consistently, offering social reinforcement, and modeling healthy behaviors. Strengthen the bonding of culture. Strengthen social connections and nurturing relationships with others who have high expectations for opioid addiction in communities, moral environments, and organized leisure events. Ensure that the initiatives are sufficient for the communities to be discussed. Ensure the preventive interventions, including services and policies, are suitable and adequate for communities and society's needs and motivations to be discussed. 5. Try to understand when and where drug use begins and intervene early. Some suggestions are given below. Intervene early and at the point of growth and life changes that foresee potential drug abuse. These developmental stages and life changes may include biological, psychological, or social conditions that may raise the risk of drug misuse. If the processes or changes are anticipated or unpredictable, preventive interventions should be handled as quickly as possible. Strengthen intervention over time. Repeated exposure to clinically accurate and age-appropriate anti-drug use messaging and other strategies will guarantee that the knowledge, values, aspirations, and attitudes learned earlier are maintained over time. 6. Try to stay on top of your programs. Manage programs like ensure continuity and coverage of legislation and services. Implementation of preventive strategies, initiatives, and messaging for various areas of the population should be coherent, consistent, and relevant. Prep the employees and volunteers. To ensure that prevention programs and messages are implemented on a daily basis as planned, instruction can be given on a routine basis to staff and volunteers. Track and assess the programs. To ensure that goals and objectives are accomplished, the initiatives analysis and assessment should be part of the program's routine execution. When objectives are not met, changes should be made to maximize production. Effective substance prevention programs draw on the efforts and resources of our society's multiple sectors, such as the public, students, parents, peers, pastors, law enforcement, the medical community, and community leaders. Performance in preventive strategies improves as diverse segments come together to deliver consistent anti-drug messaging to specific audiences. Ideas for substance awareness projects. Discussions. Keep sessions that allow people to learn about, appreciate, and make positive responses to topics that impact their lives. Topic ideas include drink driving or drug driving, underage use, the effect of drug use on individuals, and the community, many more. Fairs and displays. Keep the prevention of substance trafficking fair in a car park or corridor or anywhere publicity is caught. Creation of educational shows for malls, classrooms, hospitals, businesses, and neighborhood centers to attract more individuals or programs and drug awareness initiatives. Pamphlets. Design and deliver pamphlets on numerous issues relating to the prevention of drug misuse. If in-hand misuse or marijuana is a concern in your culture, study the topic and make it the focus of your paper. You can find assistance in printing your pamphlet from a store, a local printer, or other neighborhood organizations. Videos. Try to write a script, record tapes, and edit after making a video as part of an education program. This can be helpful to raise awareness against the abusive use of drugs and alcohol. Performances. Write and produce comedy sketches and shows for other pupils, younger ones, neighborhoods, or groups struggling with any aspect of substance addiction. Media campaign. You will be able to make public service.
How about drug awareness and education, specifically referring to the drugs that are put into the food, air, and water? That'd be good too, right? I would think.
Announcements, PSAs, for radio or television, and persuade the local stations to show them. In addition, you should submit letters to the editor of your newspaper. Furthermore, you might write an essay on substance addiction for your school newspaper. Conferences. You might plan a conference on drug-free youth and give presentations on different drugs and how to say no and live a drug-free life, as well as teaching leadership skills. Other projects. Contests. You can organize contests for raising awareness, such as writing or singing. You can also organize art contests. Tutoring and mentoring. Develop a teaching service to help inform your friends or young teenagers about drug abuse. Financial resources. The introduction of a community-based opioid prevention campaign would not entail significant amounts of money. The crucial thing to note is that there are eager and ready groups to help young people make a difference in the fight against drugs. Potential forms of funding can include programs or civic clubs, community watch groups, municipal businesses, etc. Also, groups can earn money by holding events like concerts or showing movies about awareness. Summary. Prevention is a central component of a comprehensive strategy to address substance use and support the population's health, well-being, and productivity. Risk factors raise the risk of drug abuse, and protectors inhibit the risk of substance abuse in the presence of risk. Reduce the availability of illicit drugs, alcohol, and tobacco for the underaged. Community regulation, policies, and services will limit the supply and marketing of illegal drugs. Strengthen anti-drug use behaviors and norms. Strengthen environmental support for anti-drug use attitudes. Design and deliver pamphlets on numerous issues relating to the prevention of drug misuse. Thank you. This is the end of this module. Thanks for watching. Happy learning.
Yeah, I learned a lot. Thanks a lot. AI, British chick, AI lady, ex machina type shit. All right, so here's the question. Do I go on with the questionnaire and you guys help me, or do I cut it and do a part 2? And I could just very conveniently end the stream around 2 hours and 5 minutes for a 2/5 stream, considering the date. 2/5 on 2025, and the stream's 2 hours and 5 minutes. What do you think? Should we do the questionnaire, or should I end it and do a part 2? What do you guys think? What do you think? Should I do it? Drop a 1 if I should do the questionnaire. Drop a 2 if I should end it. How about that? I need you to decide for me. I'm unable to decide for myself. Cocaine is a hell of a drug, and I'm not doing it anymore. Awareness does not necessarily play a role in preventing drug and alcohol abuse. I mean, yeah, that's true. It doesn't necessarily. Oh, yeah, no, it does play a role. So that's false, right? Wait, what is this? Answer instructions? Answer true or false. No shit. Yeah. Pick an option. Yeah, I get it. Awareness does not necessarily play a role in preventing drug and alcohol use. I mean, it does. So false, right? We're doing this? We're doing this. Correct. Oh my gosh. Look at me go. So what do you guys think? Should I end it? Should I do this another time? I don't know. I kind of just want to get this shit over with in a way. Blank is a psychoactive substance that, when used in moderation, can cause sensations of relaxation and exhilaration. That sounds like alcohol. What do you guys think? Alcohol. Answer instructions. What's this one say? Type your answer. See, alcohol. Oh, I got it right. I'm so smart. Wicked smart. Which of the following can be directly affected by taking drugs? Sensory input, brain functions, personal behavior, all of the above. Can I pick all of the above and literally pick all of the above too? Let's see. You motherfucker. How is it gonna do me like that, bro? I guess I was dumb for doing that. Wow, so I got that one wrong. Get fucked, dude. Can I go back? Oh shit, can I go back and then that's cool. Let's try this again. Submit. Oh, I got it right. Oh, that's so cool. Let's try this one again. Oh, all the above. Oh, I got it right. Oh yeah. Wow, so you can literally just go back and do the question again. This is funny, man. Reducing the availability of illicit drugs, alcohol, and tobacco for the underaged is a prevention strategy. Cool. I'm so smart. Oh my gosh, are you serious? That was all the questions? You're kidding me, right? Oh, okay, so I'm 40% now. Okay, so now I'm 40% done. Oh my gosh, more videos, dude. You can just
Drugs and alcohol abuse
you
at
don't have to actually
workplace.
watch the video, right?
Introduction to the module.
I don't know,
This
maybe you
module
do.
explores
I'm
the
not
impact
sure.
that drug and alcohol addiction or dependency can have on an individual's workplace and personal performance. Topics to be covered. Introduction. Drug and alcohol abuse at work. Impact of drug abuse at work. Signs of substance use at work.
All right, here's the
Employee's
deal.
role.
I think I'm just gonna like skip the video and hope that it doesn't know. Because it's like if I can watch it in double speed, then what the fuck, man? Wow, it's estimated that 1.5 million people in the UK become dependent on prescription and over-the-counter medications. I wonder how many are addicted to, so-called black market drugs or, street drugs, as they call them. I wonder. Is it less? Because I would imagine it's probably less. But what do I know? Look at this fucking guy. That guy looks Middle Eastern. Perhaps Staff morale, fractured communication. All right, yeah, cool. I mean, you don't actually have to watch these to know the answers, so kind of just have to like know like 2 + 2 to know the answers to these questions for the most part. These are interesting. Romberg test tricks the balance and perception of time. Finger to nose test. So basically the same tests that they use, like that cops use. Okay, cool. So we're skipping that. Workplace policy. I'm gonna skip this one too. But we're not skipping it, right? We're not skipping it. You see, I'm kind of browsing through it here. So yeah, we're still kind of looking at what they're laying down here. Some great knowledge. Some very important knowledge for people. Stay off them bad drugs. Drugs are bad, okay? Drugs are just bad. Drugs are bad, okay? You know, I was watching Tommy earlier, and I was thinking, you know, he would be really good friends. I could see him really getting along well with like Seth MacFarlane. He clearly has watched a lot of Family Guy. That Tumor character. Guy's watched a lot of Family Guy. I could just tell. I gotta admit, I've watched quite a fair share myself. So, overcoming insomnia. Interesting. You know what's really interesting is to consider the cases where people are actually, you know, avoiding suicide by using drugs, avoiding homicide by using drugs. You know, again, I'm not trying to promote drugs here. I'm just being totally real. You know, let's of course not just completely demonize drugs here. And this is coming from somebody who's self-chosen sober right now. I'm just being real. Just being realistic here. You know, like the people, the veterans like this guy right here, the PTSD veterans who are using psychedelic drugs to overcome their PTSD. All the shit they had to see. The innocent people they had to kill in the name of monopoly. In the name of capitalism. In the name of disaster capitalism. Shout out to the people starting the fires out there in Cali. In the name of disaster capitalism. That's another story. But yeah, you know, all the people. Imagine like you had to just like spray Agent Orange over a whole fucking village, and you have to go back to the U.S. and live with that. Jesus, dude. I mean, I could understand. You're a piece of shit. You know, like I could understand why you have PTSD. You're a fucking piece of shit. You know. You did it for America, though. You did it for your country because you're a hero. You're a hero. Like them frontline heroes putting needles into everyone's arms with God knows fucking what. Changing everyone's DNA because they're heroes. Within the spiritual model of treating a drug problem, psychoeducation will be used to orient consumers to a model. Oh, what the fuck just happened? To a model that sees drug use as an unhealthy response to a spiritual void inside the person. Interesting. Is it gonna like play or what's going on here?
Who change on their own, or who use outside resources to change. Contemplators draw a distinction between positives and negatives with their problematic behavior, and between the pros and cons of implementing adjustments to it.
You know, this makes sense just watching the summary at the end. I mean, that makes sense to me.
People at the preparation stage are on the verge of taking steps to improve, and may have attempted in the near past. Substance use may be affected by multiple and varied factors, and the use of alcohol or other drugs may have multiple and varied consequences. Within the spiritual model of treating a drug problem, psychoeducation will be used to orient consumers to a model that sees drug use as an unhealthy response to a spiritual void inside the person. Thank you. This is the end of this module. Thanks for watching. Happy learning.
Yeah, you know, I have to say, as a response to that, Mr. 516, that smoking DMT is also a way that you can leave the matrix, and it's not, you know, super addictive, and it's way, way doper. Then again, I've never smoked crack. I mean, not like really, like I've never really like loaded up some rocks. You know what I mean? Into into a you know, crack pipe. Like I've never really technically smoked crack. So amazingly, because actually my dad used to slang that shit, bro. Apparently, he told me before he exited this realm. He was like, "Oh yeah, by the way, you know, basically like when I was your age, I was slanging crack, man. Slanging them rocks, bro." I was like, "God dang, dude, you gonna lay this on me right now?" That's interesting. I was like fucking 17, you know, and telling me he used to sell rocks. Holy shit, bro. And then, of course, after he passed, I realized he fucking had a whole grow op too. Like, I saw all these pictures. He had a whole grow op, and I guess he got found out. And he had to flee before he got fucking cuffed. So he had to leave his whole grow op behind. Beautiful plants, dude. Beautiful plants. So, you know, I can't help but feel that the failure that is the war, that was and is the war on drugs, especially but not limited to, including the war on cannabis, probably played a somewhat of a role in my father's depression that led to his suicide later on. I mean, it's just you're destroying people's green, organic, God-given harvest, God's herb. Like you're literally destroying it because quota, because fucking a complete failed program and mission to, again, I mean, when you really get down to the deeper layers and you realize it's really just about the money and it's about, you know, sowing uh, sowing depression into the populace, the sowing a sense of complete financial insecurity into people by taking everything they have as much as possible, finding every avenue to do so, aka the war on drugs, aka I mean, you see what they're doing now with the fucking immigrants, dude. It's crazy. I wonder what my dad's side of the family would say if because I'm sure some of them were, well, you know, actually, I don't know. Maybe they were all here legally. I don't know. I mean, I know my dad's immediate like family, like his parents and whatnot. I'm pretty sure they all did it on the books, so they were all here legally. But I'm pretty sure there's probably some family on my dad's side who are not here completely legally. So, and again, like as they're saying, if you were born here but your parents weren't, you know, technically, you know, the whole birthright citizenship thing. Yeah, I wonder if any of my family would have gotten, or shit, maybe is getting deported right now, and that I just don't know about. Some extended family that is here. I don't know. I mean, I do have some cousins in Miami. I got some fucking other cousins in Coral Springs. I'm sure I have other cousins spread out around the country. So I wonder. Anyway, which of the following tests can be performed on staff members to ascertain if they are intoxicated? Choose two. Okay, so see, maybe I should have watched more. Chemical checks or emotional checks, visual checks, sensory checks. Oh, you know what's funny though? If I get it wrong, I can just go back. So I'm gonna say visual checks and sensory checks. That sound about right? Let's see. Oh, no, it's visual checks and chemical checks. But guess what? I think I can go back and then just go visual checks and chemical checks. Oh my gosh, I got it right. I'm so smart. Look at that. On the first try. Well, it was the second try, but all right. It is not a criminal offense in the UK to take strong prescription medication in the workplace. False? It's probably true, isn't it? It's true. Prescribed drugs are not illegal. Yeah, that's a good point. Oh, I guess I got to do it again then, because I'm dumb. Chemical, visual. True. Whoops. Wait. Does it even, are they even like tallying my score? Maybe they're tallying my wrong answer and I'm fucking stupid thinking I can go back and change the answer and it's getting my first answer. I don't know. Maybe I'm fooling myself here. In the blank century, a drastic rise in gin use occurred in the UK after a decrease in tax prices, leading to an era of severe chronic alcoholism. What do you guys think? 19th century? Fuck. 18th. Motherfucker. Shit balls, dude. Shit balls. What? I said 18th. Oh my gosh, you have to put 18? Oh, because it already had the TH. Jesus, bro. Ay vey. Ay fucking vey. Or Idios mio, as the Hispanicos would say. 18th. All right. How far am I along? I hope I'm like 60% after this. The finger to nose test checks for coordination, right? Yeah. I mean, I guess it kind of, in a way, checks for space perception. No, I'm not going to do that. Oh, it says choose all applicable, so it could be more than one. Finger to nose. Does finger to nose check for balance? No, not really. Perception of time. Space perception. I feel like it kind of, it does kind of check for space perception, right? What do you guys think? Is it just coordination or is it space perception as well? Fuck. Fook. I'm just gonna do, I'm just gonna do both. Balls. It was just coordination. Motherfucker, dude. I hope I'm not fooling myself here doing like going back and like re-answering them the right way so that I get a 100. Okay, cool. I'm 60% done. I think we're just gonna knock this whole fucking thing out, dude. Because I'm just gonna like, kind of skim through these videos, which I should have done in the first place.
Recovery and post-recovery process and aftercare can change the life of an addict.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Going to rehab and then like going to the aftercare kind of shit. The aftercare can be kind of dope. You know what I mean? And rehab can be kind of dope too. I mean, there's often like, some dope peeps there, man. Some hot babes, some dope peeps. You might end up, but like they always tell you, don't get into a relationship in your first year of recovery. And it's true. I mean, it's probably a good idea. It's probably for the best. But man, I tell you, I was kind of a slick willy one time in treatment. Sneaking into girls' rooms and stuff. Kind of doing stuff that I probably, had I got caught, I probably would have got kicked out. But I mean, well, we both would have got kicked out, me and the girl. So, but you get bored in there, and there's some hot chicas in there. So the outer layers are committed to yet another gradual change. Especially when you're just getting out of like, doing a little time. And even if it's just a few weeks, I mean, sometimes a few weeks Locked up, make you a little crazy. Reignite your hornball, your inner hornball. Know what I mean? Okay. Ethical behavior toward clients. Man, I'll tell you, one time the lady that was running the rehab was, I mean, I only did rehab twice. When I was 17, and I actually turned 18 in treatment. I was only in it for what, a month or 6 weeks or something. And I actually turned 18 in the treatment. It's crazy. Well, it wasn't crazy actually. It wasn't that crazy, but and then the other time when I was maybe 25, maybe 24, 25. To avoid relapse, relapse prevention therapy employs cognitive and behavioral modification strategies as well as skill training. But yeah, I do be living on the rehab capital. South Florida is the rehab capital of the country,
Treatment
supposedly,
and therapy.
allegedly.
To avoid relapse,
Very
relapse
believable.
prevention therapy employs cognitive and behavioral modification strategies as well as skill training. Relapse prevention entails teaching the client how to recognize warning indicators of high-risk situations and behaviors that could lead to drug use in the future.
It's kind of cool that we're 2 hours and 26 minutes into the stream at 2:52, since 2 times 26 is 52. I like that. And it's 2/6 in 2025. And 25 backwards is 52. Numbers, dude. Fucking numbers, man. It's crazy. All right, we watched that whole thing. You didn't skip it. All right, good stuff. Oh, man, another fucking video? Are you serious? God, it's like 2 videos every time.
High-risk situations.
Yeah, I know. I've been through a lot of them. After therapy, many drug addicts find it difficult to cope with harsh environmental situations. Lapses, strategies to prevent relapse.
Stimulus control and cue exposure.
I'll tell you, I've substituted
Labeling and
indulgences lately, man. Fucking with the sweets, it's pretty bad actually. It's pretty bad. I mean, it's not that out of control. I mean, it's probably a lot less than other people who have a sweets problem. So, but it's like every day I have at least a little bit of sweets, like at least twice a day, probably, maybe 3 times actually a day, probably. But yeah, in terms of not using any nicotine, not using any weed or anything else, I mean, I'd say the nicotine was what was really out of control. Those fucking vapes, man. Those vapes are demonic, man. Fucking evil, fruity ass fucking nicotine. It's fucking stupid. It's the perfect. It's the perfect trap. It's the perfect immediate gratification. Fucking compulsion promoting. It's just, it makes you so short tempered, short relapse rehearsal. I hope I'm not being too loud since I'm outside and I'm saying all this crazy shit. And neighbors could totally fucking hear me. I guess it's good that I'm not at my house, at least. Fuck. Relapse contracts. All right. I think we get it. I think we're ready to do the test. I hope. I sure hope.
Is established early in therapy, recovery, lapse or relapse. Make sure that the person comes in to see you if possible. Summary. Counselors and therapists must assess whether the addict has made adequate strides to proceed through the next step of treatment. Recovery can be visualized as layers, with each successive layer reflecting recovery progress, and thus, the inner center of rehabilitation is established early in therapy. The outer layers are committed to yet another gradual change of emphasis, in which the customers start to redefine how they blend into a broader community. Whereas the treatment plan focuses more on surviving a crisis, the aftercare plan recognizes that working hard to overcome a drug problem eventually will yield rewards. Counselors and therapists can be tempted to chastise or to try to alter cultural values or practices in which clients may engage. Sometimes, therapists can be biased too.
No.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Drug legislation's fucking video on video, man. I'm skipping through this shit. Yeah, we get it. The war on drugs, the Misuse of Drugs Act. Oh shit. They're really getting into the act here. The Medicines Act of 68, Psychoactive Substances Act of 16, Customs and Excise Management Act 79, Crime and Disorder Act 98, Road Traffic Act 72, Drug Trafficking Act 98. Oh, but these are
If
all.
a small amount is
Are
found on an
these?
individual.
I feel like these might all be UK acts, but maybe they go. I don't know. Maybe they translate to more than just the UK. Maybe they apply to the US too. I'm not sure. Maybe some of them do. No. The MD, they called it the MDA Act. You got to be kidding me. It's literally referring to drugs, and it's called the MDA Act, like methylene dioxyamphetamine, aka Eve, as they call it on the street. Not to be confused with MDMA, though it is very similar. And this undercover cop, I think, just drove by twice. So that's probably not too good. That might not be too good. We're talking about drugs. I think I'm out here doing drugs, but no, I'm just doing a drug test thing online. So. Freshly prepared wild magic mushrooms. These produce strong hallucinogenic effects. Methylone, MDPV, or cathinone, ephedrine or methadone. Synthetic cannabinoids such as spice. Do you guys remember all that spice shit? And fucking K2? Holy crap. What do they call it? Yeah, K2, Mr. Nice Guy, Spice. Good times. Piperazines, cot. "14 years served in the UK prison and a fine of unlimited financial value on convictions." Jeez, dude. Jeez Louise. Poppers. They're really getting into poppers. Wow. Solvents. Steroids. Tobacco and tranquilizers? Why is it putting tobacco and tranquilizers in the same? That's weird. Wow, look at that. So class A drugs for supplying them, you could get hit with life in prison and a jail. I mean, life in prison and a fine. It's like, man, you're already throwing me in jail. How can you fine me? You're already throwing me in for life. Nonviolent crimes are often tried in a magistrate court. In those cases, the level of fines and imprisonment time is limited. It's also estimated that only 20% of those found guilty of possession will get a significant amount of time in prison. Lower fines of 50 euros are also extremely common.
Under the MDA are shown in this accompanying table. The penalties and terms of imprisonment can vary and depend on the type of conviction. For example, intent to supply is seen as a more severe charge than possession, and the type of drug will also influence the final court decision. Non-violent crimes are often tried in a magistrate's court, and in those cases, the level of fines and imprisonment time is limited. It is also estimated that only 20% of those found guilty of possession will get a significant amount of time in prison. Lower fines of £50 are also extremely common.
Sometimes they'll give you like an option, you can just be an agent on YouTube and just like pretend you're not an agent and have like tons and tons of people watching your streams, like hundreds, and the whole time you're just you know, fucking an agent and you're just trapping people. You're just a fucking YouTube agent. So that'd be a really good way to get out of charges. I mean, you could just chill at home. I mean, it's way better than probation too. You just have to be like a fucking rat, snitch, bitch. So I mean, some people like that. Not naming any names or anything, but there's some people in a certain state of mind, a hoe state, if you will, that may or may not be under that category. Just kidding. I love you, brother, if you're listening. Why I said that.
Regulations.
Yeah, we're not going to watch this. We're not watching this. We're going to skip it. Hold on. Do they have a video for each? Okay, no, they're fitting them all into one video. That's good. Cocaine snorting kits? That's a thing? That's a fucking thing.
To prosecute someone who has profited from drug trafficking, even if the financial earnings are ambiguous. Summary. The charges and penalties relating to drug crimes are complicated and depend on the class of drug and other factors. The Misuse of Drugs Act allows members of law enforcement to stop and search those suspected of holding illegal substances. It is illegal to give any kind of alcoholic drink to a child under the age of 5, regardless of the reason for doing so. A solvent can be a tube of blue, aerosol, or gas canister, and are legal to buy, as long as the vendor does not suspect drug misuse. The Medicines Act separates medications into 3 groups and ensures that more potent drugs are only obtained with a doctor's prescription. Thank you. This is the end of this module.
Oh my gosh, another video. You gotta be fucking kidding me, bro.
Full concept about moving towards a new life after getting rehabilitation treatment for addiction.
Cultural impacts for changing substance problems. There is no universal definition of health that would be accepted as, let's see.
More fulfilling lifestyle. It is important to recognize, however, that this may not be the client's ultimate goal. There is no about previous actions or conduct during successful addiction. Alcoholic or addict is long, and it can sometimes seem endless. Addiction destroys behavior, but eventually those changes will become a habit difficult for clinicians to address because potential ethnic and cultural differences seem so sensitive in our society that clinicians are frequently reluctant to raise them. The importance of ethnic and cultural considerations becomes clear when one reads the ethnographic research on the different roles alcohol plays toward a healthier, more fulfilling lifestyle. It is important to recognize, however, that this may not be the client's ultimate goal. There is no universal definition of health that would be accepted as a worthy goal by all individuals with alcohol-related problems. However, for some clients, simply reducing the direct negative effects of overdrinking may be enough for them to believe that they have achieved significant positive strides toward health.
Yeah, you know, my mom was drinking a bottle of wine. Well, not a bottle of wine a night, but she was drinking wine every day, you know, every night. And some nights she would drink a whole bottle, you know. And yeah, so she's been riding the sober train too, 2025, and she lost like 10 pounds, you know what I mean? Like just stopping the little things. Well, it's not a little thing if you're drinking every day, but I mean, you know, drinking wine every day. Sometimes, you know, but she's one of those who, you know, like a lot of people, you can't just have one glass of wine, you know, you got to have at least a few, sometimes a whole bottle. So it's like, yeah, if you stop that, you're going to lose fucking weight for sure. Yeah, just that alone. I mean, she's lost so much weight, so it's crazy. It's cool to see. Let's just like get done with this shit.
Healthy
I want
work
to
life
finish
might
this
include
shit already.
physically accomplishing tasks involving heavy labor. A supportive environment. A sense of personal efficacy. A sense that what one is working toward is important and
Wow, isn't that fascinating? A sense of personal autonomy after 2020. People wouldn't, you know, attribute that. It's like they'd be like, yeah, no, I trust the experts. I mean, I want to be healthy. I want to trust the experts. Get my shots that they told me to get on TV. You know, I want to be healthy. Fuck personal autonomy. What the fuck is
worth
that?
striving for. When these factors are in place and a client has the requisite skills to achieve one's primary goals, lasting behavior changes become much more likely. Exercising the mind. In addition to improving their physical health, clients should learn to challenge themselves in new ways to grow in this important area. For example, it will be a good idea to acquire new hobbies that involve lots of thinking and problem solving in order to exercise the brain. Setting new goals and challenges at work can be quite satisfying and can lead to new opportunities.
It's also a really good way to avoid dementia, keeping your fucking brain busy.
The person may wish to challenge him or herself to move to the next level at work or
It's probably the key, actually. It's crucial to find a good balance and not replace with a new obsession.
waste all their spare time preparing gourmet meals. It is crucial to find a good balance and not to replace alcohol or opioid dependency with a new obsession, even though this new fixation is healthier than the previous addiction. If a hobby starts to consume your mind around the clock, it's time to step back and make sure the practice is still enjoyable, not a time-consuming challenge. Avoiding toxic relationships. One aspect of healing is to recognize which friends and family members need to be avoided or removed from a sober life. For example, others may actually own behavior basis and keep inviting you out with them don't help. Or physical and emotional well-being at heart will change their behavior to help you. Concentrating on finance. People recovering from opioid use disorder also have trouble fulfilling work-related commitments, retaining jobs, and spending income. If you have been maintaining and changed to part rehabilitation, have left a lot of trauma and misery in their wake. Feeling bad or shameful about previous actions or conduct during successful addiction is normal and stable. Shame is classified as having negative views about yourself and your self-esteem. Guilt is having bad emotions about your past actions. Many of those who undergo recovery often find that they have emotionally affected friends and loved ones and have many regrets over their past choices. To prevent relapse and remain sober, you must take the requisite measures to learn from your past failures and start living life more responsibly. Summary. Addiction destroys the health of people of all ages, genders, and every ethnic group, and its devastating physical impact involves nearly every part of the body. Ethnicity and culture are general issues that must be acknowledged and explicitly addressed with all patients and at all stages of treatment. A person may wish to challenge him or herself to move to the next level at work or decide to make a career change. It is crucial to find a good balance and not to replace alcohol or opioid dependency with a new obsession, even though this new fixation is healthier than the previous addiction. True friends and family members who have your physical and emotional well-being at heart will change their behavior to help you.
All right, which of the following actions should you avoid when relating to clients? Do treat your client with respect and dignity. Do express your biases honestly but kindly. Do use empirically validated therapies whenever appropriate. None of the above, yes, right? I would say none of the above. Because why shouldn't you express your biases honestly but kindly? Am I right, or is that the right answer? Should you not express your biases honestly but kindly? Should you like fake it till you make it, kind of thing? Let's see. Your biases can adversely affect clients, therefore it should be kept out of therapy. Oh, right. I see. If you're a therapist. Okay. Aftercare plans focus on helping a person get through and survive a crisis. True. Oh, wait. No. Well, I mean, it's kind of a crisis, but it's like after the fact, right? So is it false? Gosh, man. It's false. Treatment plans focus on surviving crisis while after your plan. Okay. You know what? I knew the answer and I answered it wrong anyway. False. This is taking longer than it should. So I'll be 80% done after this. I'm guessing there's more videos. And more questions, and then I'm actually done. It's like, I just want to knock it out. You know what I mean? Do it all in one night. Get the certification, put it behind me. Not put it behind me, but you get what I'm saying. Arrange the following phases of recovery from first to last. The client stops consuming drugs. The client begins to receive aftercare. Oh, no, the client develops a new personality away from the use of drugs. The client begins to receive aftercare. And the client no longer has the drug issue and instead becomes his or her own therapist. Nice. Look at that. I got it right. See, I must know something, huh? I must be quite a genius. It is illegal to give any kind of alcoholic drink to a child under the age of 21, regardless of the reason for doing so. Is it 21 in the UK too? Because all this shit is fucking UK based. Oh my gosh, what? What the fuck? Under the age of 5. It's illegal to give any kind of alcoholic drink to a child under the age of 5. Regardless, is this real life? Is this real? Guys, is this real? What's happening right now? So I can give it, so it's completely legal to give a child that's 6 years old or even 5, because it's as long as it's not under 5. So I can give a 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever year old alcohol. What is this? What is this? Can somebody help me out here? Am I fucking losing it? Is the UK like legalized alcohol for children over the age of 4? What's happening? Bruh. I don't know. I'm stumped on this one. I just got that wrong. I'm fascinated by what? All right, let's go back here. Do I have to do this again? What if I just go next? Does it not? It lets me skip the questions. See, this is just a weird. This is just a weird thing, dude. This test is just weird. I have a feeling, what if you could just skip everything, not watch any of the videos or do any of the questions, and just get to the end, and it'll just be like, yeah, you did it. You did a good job. We don't know if you actually watched any of the shit or answered any of the questions, but you got through it and you're at the end, so. Okay, apparently 5 years old. So correct. I'm blown away. This is I'm 80% done. Look at that. I'm fucking almost done. Lesson summary. Addiction can originate from a brain disorder that links feelings of pleasure or reward with motivation and memory. I mean, that seems pretty accurate, largely. You know, maybe not wholly, but I think it can originate from other things as well. But what do I know? An addiction can take many forms, but is most often attached to issues associated with drugs and alcohol. Yeah, that would make sense. Isn't that kind of a redundant statement? An addiction can take many forms, but it's most often. Yeah, never mind. My bad. I read it wrong. Malfunctions or chemical imbalances in the brain can seriously affect self-control and the responses to pleasure or rewards. Smaller doses of any drug can have a markedly different effect on the body when the dosage is significantly increased, including fatalities. A legal medication can easily be bought over the counter within agreed limits, but illegal medications cannot be lawfully made, purchased, or marketed. The UK has a more significant problem with illicit drugs and usage by young people than many other European countries. Oh man, you would think we were in the fucking UK with this test. Dehydrated alcohol can be injected near nerves or sympathetic ganglia to treat persistent pain in individuals with inoperable cancer. Fascinating. Prevention is a central component of a comprehensive strategy to address substance use and support the population's health, well-being, and productivity. And risk factors raise the risk of drug abuse, and protectors inhibit the risk of substance abuse in the presence of risk. All right. Addiction in the workplace. Okay, so here's all these things here. I don't feel like reading them all. But you get the thing. Within the spiritual model of treating a drug problem, psychoeducation will be used to orient consumers to a model that sees drug use as an unhealthy response to a spiritual void inside the person. Hard to disagree there entirely. Or at all. People at the preparation stage are on the verge of taking steps to improve and may have attempted in the near past. The change model is thought to apply to people who change on their own or who use outside resources to change. All right, I read a couple of them anyway. Recovery can be visualized as layers unless the inner center reapplied is established. Really, where's the treatment plan focused on surviving a crisis? The aftercare plan changes in penalty. It's legal to give. It is illegal to give any kind of alcoholic drink to a child under the age of 5. I'm just I don't know what to say. I'm blown away by I don't know. I'm speechless. So I can literally give a 5-year-old, 6-year-old, 9-year-old, 11-year-old alcohol. I didn't know the UK might be on some other shit that I wasn't aware of. Like that's pretty interesting. I can give my fucking 5-year-old alcohol. Interesting. Very fascinating. True friends and family members who have your physical and emotional well-being at heart will change their behavior to help you. Is that it? Am I done? Holy shit. Wait a minute. Complete the final course assessment and become an Allison graduate. Score 80% or above to become an Allison graduate and to claim your certificate. You can retake the assessment as many times as you want. Oh my gosh. That's wow. This couldn't be any more like this is fascinating. I'm seeing an article here. People who are emotionally immature always use these 12 phrases, says communications experts. Alrighty then. All right, where did all right, let's do it, I guess. Let's fucking do it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. You got me stumped, Allison. Yeah, you got me stumped, Allison. What can I say? I'm just blown away. Maybe the UK is on some other shit that I wasn't aware of. Fucking legalized alcohol for 5 and above. Course assessment. All right, learning outcomes. You will be assessed on the following learning outcomes. Identify the signs of addiction in a person, recall the different categories of drugs and their health risks, explain the importance of awareness and the prevention of drug and alcohol abuse, describe the impact that drug and alcohol addiction can have on a person's workplace performance, recollect the appropriate recovery and rehabilitation options available for people struggling with addictions, and explain the steps people can take to build a new life after receiving treatment for an addiction. Okay, so I'm guessing it's going to be a bunch of the same questions, but guess what? After I'm done with this, I think I'm done. And I can, you know what's crazy? I can actually, when I was at court, right? So, when my twin brother was at court and he asked to reapproach the bench, he asked the judge, right? Is there any way that the 90-day court date could be kind of expedited? Because like 3 months is kind of insane. Like, can I, how about 30 days, right? And she said, she was about to set it for 45 days, right? But then I realized that might run into the cruise plans in March, plans to go on a family cruise in March. So just changed it back to the 90 days, right? But then I said, or she said, rather, to my twin brother, my idiot-tard twin brother, you can have my Zoom information, and I'm always on Zoom, doing Zoom court and stuff, and then, you could reach me on there. So what my idiot-tard twin brother might do is get this certificate and then go to, hit her up on Zoom court, show her the certificate, also show her that my twin brother and myself have been going to grief support, because she also mentioned, to get, potentially getting therapy, maybe consider, getting some therapy or something like that. And so, yeah, on top of going to grief support, also went to an NA meeting. Maybe might go to a few more because they're actually kind of enjoyable. You can meet like minds. It could be an enjoyable environment. So yeah, me and my idiot tard twin brother went to an NA meeting, been to 2 grief support groups. So yeah, I think we might just hit up the Zoom court the judge on Zoom court, and get that over with. But anyway, let's do this. Let's do this and get this shit over with. Get these charges dismissed for my idiot tard twin brother. Awareness does not necessarily play a role in preventing drug and alcohol abuse. Oh my gosh, it's the same questions. False. I love it. It's the same questions. Blank is a it's the same fucking questions, just all at the end. Allison's pretty cool. This is what was court ordered. Isn't that fascinating, guys? Which of the following can be directly affected by taking drugs? All of the above. Make sure not to actually pick all of the above. You have to pick the one that says all of the above. All right. Reducing the availability of illicit drugs, alcohol, and tobacco for the underaged is a prevention strategy. I like how it has holistic as an option, and it spells holistic with the W. Like, the whole Mandela effect thing where now holistic's not with a W. Yeah. Correct. Mandoozle effect. Manduki effect as who is it that calls it that? Can't remember who calls it Manduki effect. Which of the following tests can be performed on staff members to ascertain if they are intoxicated? I think it was sensory checks and chemical checks, right? Oh no, or was it visual and emotional? Fuck. No, I think it was sensory and chemical, right? Pretty sure. Ah, balls. It was chemical and visual. Tits. Can I go back? Oh, it doesn't matter. I don't. Here, you know what? Let me go back. I'm gonna go back and just start it again. All right, so it was chemical and visual. Yay. All right, now we're back. All right. It is not a criminal offense in the UK. I just answered those 5 questions so damn fast. It is not a criminal offense in the UK to take strong. No, that's false. It is. Wait. Oh, yeah, no, true. It isn't a criminal offense in the UK to take strong prescription medication in the workplace. True, you can totally get fucked up at work legally. As long as it's legal drugs. If it's illegal narcotics, that's a whole nother question. In the 18th century, a drastic rise in gin use occurred in the UK after a decrease in tax prices, leading to an era of severe chronic alcoholism. Are they trying to attribute lowered tax prices to an increase in chronic alcoholism? Are they trying to indirectly insinuate here that when we raise tax prices that people aren't as fucking drunk off their ass? That's maybe I'm reading into it too much. I don't know. But I gotta correct anyway. Let's fucking go. The finger to nose test checks for space perception. Oh wait. Oh fuck. Did I mess up on this one? All right, it's coordination. It's definitely coordination. Was it just coordination? I think it was just coordination, right? Yeah. I think last time I picked space perception too, and It was just coordination. Yep. Cool. I want to get a hundo on this bitch. Which of the following actions should you avoid when relating to clients? I don't know. Does it look bad if you get 100? Like you don't want to like look like you're too smart, right? Like you're just fucking. It's like, all right, well, why are you so stupid then? If you're so smart, you know. Why did you fucking do something so stupid then? Wow, we just hit 3 hours. That's crazy. All right. Which of the following actions should you avoid when relating to clients? You should avoid expressing your biases honestly but kindly. That's what you should avoid. But you should definitely use empirically validated therapies, and you should definitely treat your client with respect and empathy. But don't express your biases honestly but kindly, motherfucker. Fuck your biases. Lie to them. Just fucking omit. It's not lying if it's omission. It is though, kind of, but what is this ad over here? That shit looked crazy. St. Augustine. I went to St. Augustine before. That shit's crazy. Aftercare plans focus on helping a person get through and survive a crisis. False. I like how false comes first. False. All right, I got this one right the first time. Arrange the following phases. Client stops consuming drugs, and then the client develops a new personality away from the use of drugs. It's kind of like what I'm doing these days. Although this fucking toothache is brutal, man. At times, like right now, it's like not that bad, but sometimes it's just fucking brutal. Makes me want to like just at least smoke some weed, man. But I'd rather just go to the dentist and get it figured out once and for all. Finally, see, and that's what the not using the drugs is making me realize. Like things like just that, for example, one example, like things I need to address that I've just been procrastinating and pushing off for so long. Okay, then the client begins to receive aftercare, and the client no longer has the drug issue and instead becomes his or own therapist. You know, I would love to, not gonna lie, I would love to get into like a drug treatment program, like an actual become a drug therapist. I mean, that's something I've always thought about. So probably since the first time I went to rehab. It's just that I don't like the the typical model and the whole fact that, rehabs are just such a racket, man. It's just such a racket. It's such a money racket. And a lot of times the people who run rehabs are fucking dirty motherfuckers, man. Some dirty motherfuckers, just like cops. There's some dirty motherfuckers out there. But you like to think that like half of them are got the right, intention. At least half of them. Oh, look at this. Talk about vaping. 1 in 10 kids vape. It is illegal to give any kind of alcoholic drink to a child under the age of 5. Isn't it funny that regardless of the reason for doing so, as long as they're 5, guys, as long as they're 5 years old, 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or 9, yeah, as long as they're 5, it's okay. Fascinating, dude. I'm not gonna get over that. That's why this is still highlighted. It's fucking wild. All right. In simple terms, addiction is a blank that constantly manifests in the brain. Oh, shit. A disease? Well, if it was illness, it would be an illness, right? You would think they'd have the right word there. It would be an, not a. An illness, a disease. What do you guys think? A disease that constantly manifests in the brain. I'm guessing that's it. Oh, disorder, motherfucker. Motherfucker. I mean, it's a disease too, though. Disease, dis-ease, disorder, motherfucker, dude. Come on. You're not going to give that one to me? You bastard. All right, well. I guess I should have asked. I guess I should have asked you guys. Not that you guys would have got it right, but I got my first one wrong there. Research suggests that about 1 out of blank of the global population has an addiction problem of some kind, from gambling to exercise to and other activities. Oh man, I don't know. 1 out of 3? Let me see if I can can I search Google? Oh, 1 out of 100? Oh no, this is just. Oh, what? 1 out of 100? Really? That's hard to believe, dude. 1 out of 100. Give me a fucking break. Here's another article that says 1 out of 7. So, what are we doing here? What are we doing? The internet, man. You gotta love just the complete. Man. Here's one that says. Oh, that one's about gambling. Just the utter lack of continuity. The utter lack of I mean, you got one that says 1 in 7, another one that says 1 in 100. I mean, that's literally 1% versus what, 15%? So what are we doing here? Yeah, 1 in 7 would be what, 14%, something like that. My math is correct. I'm not a mathematician, but I think that's about right. 1/7. Yeah, that sounds more like it. 1 in 7. I mean, I would think it'd be more like 1 in fucking 3 or 4, but researchers said that about 1/7 of the global population struggles with some form of addiction. That's from 2024. Genetic factors can account for. Okay, so. But then here, when you just look it up, AI overview, research suggests that 1 in 100 of the global population has an addiction problem of some kind, including gambling, exercise, and other activities. I love how it doesn't mention drugs in there. Gambling, exercise. You're not going to include drugs and alcohol in there. The fuck? Or sugar, junk food. I don't know. Oh, here you go. Internet use, substance abuse. And here we are on the internet talking about substance abuse. But yeah, this is 1.2%. Oh, gambling. Fuck. I feel like 1 in 7 is maybe what I want to answer. What do you guys think? Crazy, scary, spooky, hilarious. Yeah, I don't know. What should I put? 1 in 7? There's 6 in the chat right now. Should I put 1 in 6? All 6 of you, I'm sure, have some addiction. You guys are like the outliers, if that's the right word. You guys are the 6. The 6 and 6 out of 6. Fucking balls. I don't know what to answer. Fuck. Oh, wait a minute. It's got 2. Okay, so it kind of gives you 2 spaces. So would it be 1 in 10 maybe? 1 in 10 maybe. I'm just gonna put 1 in 10, dude. I don't know. Balls. 1 in 3? Dude, it gives you 3. It gives you 2 spaces here. It clearly looks like it's 2 digits. Motherfucking cunts, man. I was gonna say 1 in 3 in the beginning, was I not? Is that not literally what I fucking said? I should have went with my gut instinct, dude. You see, the lesson learned here, go with your gut, dude. Go with your fucking gut, people. That's literally the first thing I said, was it not? 1 in 3. God dang it, dude. That was the first fucking thing I said. I guess I'm not that much of an idiot. I gotta just listen to myself. Which of the following signs could indicate severe addiction in a person? God, there's 3. Choose 3. Should have went with 3. The magic number. It's fucking 3 in the morning right now. 3:30. 3:35. Unusual behavior, like becoming secretive. Yeah, sounds about right. Wait, choose 3. They all seem applicable though. resting a lot, memory loss, showing more extreme signs of anxiety or depression. Literally, they all seem applicable, dude. This test sucks, bro. How the fuck am I supposed to know? All right, what do you guys think? Which one should I not click on? Resting a lot, maybe? This is giving me a headache, bro. Unless it's just the toothache radiating to the headache, I don't know. But this is kind of pissing me off. This test is pissing me off, bro. I'm starting to get extreme signs of anxiety. Motherfucker. All right. Oh, man. Help me out here, guys. Memory loss. Can I click them all? It says choose 3, so I can only choose 3. But then here it says choose all applicable answers. You see what I'm saying? Like, they're all applicable, but then it tells me to choose 3. So I have to literally choose 3. So whatever it is, it's going to be wrong because these are all applicable. Are they not? And that's rhetorical. Just big fat hairy balls, dude. This is bullshit. Which one do I leave out? Maybe memory loss, maybe resting a lot, maybe unusual behavior like becoming secretive. I really don't know because they're all applicable, but I'm gonna get this wrong. I think I'm gonna obviously leave one out because I think I'm supposed to. I guess resting a lot. I don't know. It's either probably resting a lot or memory loss. Jesus. Even though they're both totally applicable, whatever. Damn it. Oh, of course, I got it wrong. It was memory loss, right? Because people with extreme or severe addiction don't have memory loss. I mean, give me a fucking break. If you're severely addicted to Xanax bars, guess what? You got some fucking memory loss, bro. I know. I would remember. I do remember. Well, I remember not remembering. Let's just say. God damn it, dude. This is bullshit. What did I get? 3 wrong now? So 3 out of 25, that would be 3, 6, 9, 12. So I already have a B plus, and I'm only fucking. Damn it. Drug abuse is the term typically given to the use of specific. Well, I guess I don't have to worry about getting 100 now and looking like I cheated. I don't want to do this a second time, so I'll take the. I gotta at least get a fucking 80%. So I can't believe I'm getting some of these wrong. Yeah, I would have thought resting a lot. That's why I did it. Fucking bullshit, dude. Yeah, so people who are severely addicted, yes, right, guys, they don't have memory loss. That's just not a thing. There's never been a drug addict with memory loss. It's not a thing. Drug abuse. Oh, and by the way, you can give your alcohol to your 5-year-old in the UK. It's totally cool. Drug abuse is the term typically given to the use of specific chemicals for recreational purposes in the hope of providing a pleasurable or positive feeling. Yeah. I mean, the recreational part makes it sound like. Yeah, no, that's true though. Yeah. Okay, I was gonna be really fucking pissed if it was false. Like, no, that's not drug abuse when it's recreational. Like, that's totally cool, man. I mean, it's illegal, but we're just gonna make every fucking answer fucking retarded. Wait, what if I just skip the question without answering? No, it'll probably. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if I don't press submit answer and I just press next, I don't want to fuck myself over, but I'm curious. Should I do it? In statistical terms, there are estimated to be more than blank million drug users globally. I don't even remember that coming up. I'm going to Google that one. $296. See, but that's as of 2021. I don't know when this test came out, dude. This is fuck off, dude. This is pissing me off. It really is. You know what? Because I know I'm probably gonna get it wrong. I have to see what happens if I press next. Or is it not gonna let me? Oh, it doesn't let me. It just doesn't even let me. Huh. Okay. So there's that. So what do I do? Do I put 296? It looks like there's 4. You see what I mean? Look, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces here. But that wouldn't make sense for million because you wouldn't say there's 1,500 million. Like you would say 1.5 billion. So this is just stupid. They don't even give you the right amount of spaces. It should be 3 probably. I can't believe I'm actually sweating this test right now. Because I just don't want to do it again. I don't want to do it a second time. I want to get this shit over with. See, here's one that says 246 million. See, it's just gonna differ depending on when we're talking about. What year did this test come out? Because that's probably, I'm guessing this test came out. I feel like I saw something that said 2018 or 2019. So let me see. I'm gonna say as of 20. Let's just say 19. This sucks balls, dude. This sucks fucking monkey balls, man. Okay, here this one says in 2019 it was about 165 million. There's no way it jumped from 165 million in 2019 to 296 million in 2021. Give me a fucking break, dude. I mean, yeah, the scamdemic definitely fucked everyone up and made everyone depressed and totally skyrocketed the suicide rate and the addiction rate. But I don't think it doubled it. Like, that's about doubled. Right? Wait, 165 to 165 million in 2019 to 296 million in 2021. Give me a fucking break, dude. I really don't know where the answer is going to lie here. I just monkey balls, man. I'm fucking pissed right now. I'm fucking pissed. This shit is bullshit. This shit is bullshit, man. I don't know what to put. I'm just gonna put 196. Like, I don't know what the fuck to answer. You know what? Can I open in a different tab? This sucks, dude. Can I open in a different tab? Like, let me see if I can go to my history and then pull up. Let me see here. If I can go back to the course. Oh, this sucks balls, dude. Do you guys know the answer to this? Like, were you paying attention? And oh wait, you know what I could do? I can go to my own stream and then go back to where I fucking yes. See, I wouldn't have thought of this if I was fucking still using drugs, man. I'm so smart. I'm so smart, but I'm gonna have to literally fish for this bullshit, dude. And I was skimming through a lot of shit too, so I don't know if I'll be able to find it. Oh, but the summaries, it would probably be in the summaries. Damn, I so smart, man. I was always checking out the summary at the end. Motherfucking smart, man. Wicked smart. Wicked smart, motherfucker. Pineal and penile power. For the motherfucking win. It's gotta be here. The summary. Come on, Sally. Trying to get this shit right, you know? Okay, it's not there. Balls. I wonder if it would have been like early on in the test or later on in the test. Yeah, maybe it was earlier because it's kind of like a more. I feel like it'd be more of an introductory type of statistic or just in general something they would have brought up earlier. Not in the nitty gritty stuff towards the end. I was already doing the questions there. Okay, let me see. I gotta go back. Let me see, was it here? Nope, it's not in that summary. Come on, where's it at? I know it's gonna. Oh, there we go. Oh, is it? Employees estimated that around 1.5 million people in the UK. Oh, but that's in the fucking UK though. And this one says, in statistical terms, there are estimated to be more than blank million drug users globally. So, fuck, dude. Fuck. This is a bitch, bro. This is a bitch. It's gotta be here, though. I feel like I would have skimmed over it in the summary. How fucked would it be if it never even brought this up and it's just trying to fuck you? Make it harder. I mean, even though this shit's super fucking easy, other than the few questions that are complete bullshit. Because it's just made poorly, I guess, to say the least. I mean, all this work setting up this thing, and they got like these fucking. There's no way that thing could be right with the 5-year-old. I mean, there's got to be a fucking typo or something. I don't see how that makes any sense. Like, is the UK just that lax with alcohol? I'm still hung up on the fucking 5-year-olds can drink thing. I mean, all right, you know what? I might just have to wing it and say fuck it and just answer the question. It's just I gotta get the 80% to pass. I'm not trying to do this again, man. I am not trying to retake this bullshit. It's already almost 4 in the morning. Like, this is fucking insane. For something that I thought couldn't have gotten any easier. But it actually could have. Oh, man, this sucks. See, this is all alcohol, so it's not going to be here. Nope, that's not going to be it. It's not going to be in the alcohol. It's going to be in the drug. It's not there. Oh, come on, man. Wow. Most used drugs in the UK, ketamine. You know, see, that is interesting because I guarantee it's not the case in the US. I don't think. I mean, the K is popular in the club scenes and shit like E, but in general, I mean, I don't think K is that popular. Not really. Okay, let's go back. Back. Most used drugs. Oh, see, it's showing the figures here, man. I think I'm getting to it. I think I might be getting to it. Come on, baby. Give me that number. How many people do they say are using drugs in the fucking world? Come on, where's that number, dude? Bitch. Stupid cunt bitch. This Allison, dude. This bitch Allison is a cunt. You know what's so funny? I just realized? Oh my god, dude. That is so weird, man. I just realized the weirdest synchronicity, dude. Synchronicity Syndicate. I really got to change the channel. The name of the judge is Allison, bro. And I'm doing a course called Allison. How fucking weird is that? I shit you not. The name of the judge is Allison, bro. I even think it's spelled. No, maybe it's two. It might be with two L's. I don't know if it's one L or two L's. But this course is one L. You know what? I gotta look it up now and see. Oh, I might have the fucking. Hold on. I might have the court paper here. Hold up. That would be crazy, dude. Either way, it's crazy. Either way, I don't even need to look it up. But it would be even more crazy if it was the same spelling. But yeah, the judge's name is Allison, and this course is called this website with all these courses is called Allison. That's fucking fascinating, dude. I live in a scripted realm. Fucking amazing. All right. I don't see that figure that I'm looking for, man. I just don't see it. LSD, Ruben Sleek. Shout out to Mike DC. Nobody here probably knows what the fuck I'm talking about. Maybe I could play that sometime. It's like comedy rap. It's like lowbrow fucking parody comedy rap. Yeah, I don't see this shit, dude. I'm gonna have to just put a number and probably get this question wrong. Because I don't see a fucking number. Come on, give me the number, baby. Oh man, this is bullshit, dude. I mean, if this is the last bullshit question, then I guess that's not too bad. So, but yeah, dude, how crazy is that? It's the Allison thing, man. She was a sweetheart judge, though, dude. I still haven't told the story of how like this judge was vouching for everybody, man. She was trying to give everybody like the benefit of the doubt, and admittedly, everyone that was in there was like had the lowest, lowest level charges and shit. Petty ass bullshit charges. So, like my idiot tard twin brother, like people were in there for driving without a license, or driving without displaying a license or whatever, or registration, or petty theft, just all petty bullshit crimes. And this one chick, it was so funny. She went up there with such an attitude, man. She was like, first thing she says, like, I don't even know why. I got asked to come back here. She was just like going off, dude. From the out the gate, she came up there and she was just hot, man. Like for no, and the lady was being such a sweetheart to everybody. I don't know why she didn't, peep game and go up there like match that energy. She was just obviously pissed to have to obviously come to. I mean, I get it. You know what I mean? Court sucks balls, especially when it's for something completely ridiculous. But she just wasn't helping herself out at all. She was just being such a fucking hothead, man. And then she storms out of the courtroom without even getting her paperwork. And the sheriff, the court sheriff or whatever, was just like, "You're leaving. You're gonna leave without getting your paper." She just kind of went as the girl walked out of the door, like she heard her saying it, and she just kept going anyway. So whatever, she'll get it in the mail. And if she doesn't go, then That's on her, I guess. Okay, here we go. We got a number, but it's not global. It's a UK figure. 270,000 adults officially seek treatment from the. Okay, hold on. Maybe it's around here somewhere. Oh, here we go. Research suggests that around 1/3 of the global population has an addiction problem of some fucking kind. Motherfucker. It's a fraction. Wait a minute. It's a fraction. That doesn't make sense, dude. Because it says million. Dude, this shit is. This shit ain't right, bro. This shit is just not right here. Something is not right, bro. It needs to give me a million. Something million, bro. 1/3 of the global population has an addiction problem of some kind. Okay, so if there's 8, what do they say there is now? 8 or 9 billion people in the world? Is it 8 or 9 now? I think it's 9 now. I think it might have hit 9. Here, let's look at this shit real quick. Global population 2025. Oh, 8.2. Okay, I'm wrong. So it hit it. I didn't know if it just hit 8 or it just hit 9. So it says as of New Year's, the world population was projected to be around 8 point, a little just under 8.1, 8.092, but that by July it's projected to be 8.23. That's insane. You're telling me it should go up by like 130 million people? Is that about right? 130, 140 million people just in like a half a year? Is the fucking up curve that fucking steep right now? It says in January of this year that just passed, last month, the world was expected to have 4.2 births and 2 deaths every second. Over 4 births and 2 deaths per second. That's fascinating, dude. Population growth. The world's population has grown from 1 billion in 1800 to 8.2 in 2025, allegedly. So they say. So they say. The global population grows by about 70 million annually. See, well, that would totally throw this figure way the fuck off then. It grows 70 million annually, but then how does it grow from 8.9 billion to 8.23 billion in 6 months, 7 months? It's just these figures, dude. You know, how would they even get the math on such a massive figure, dude? It's just it's bound to be so faulty in its precision. You know, it could be off by hundreds of millions, maybe even billions. It's insane. It's nonsensical. It's nuts. It's stupid. It's tomfoolery. China's projected to be the second most populated country. U.S. is projected to be the third most populated country. Really? I thought the U.S. was way, way the fuck back behind. Like, isn't there more people in India, they say, than in the U.S.? Like, they say there's like 1 billion people in India, but there's not even 400 million in the U.S. So, like, what are we doing here? That's what I mean. I just don't trust any of this bullshit. Nada. Zip. This one says 8.092. Also, this one says it projects the end of world population growth at 7.07 billion around 2025. I mean, you see what I mean? That's off by 1 billion, dude, from this other figure. It's silliness, dude. It's really silliness. It kind of makes me think of the whole Holocaust thing. How they say how this many million Jews died, and this many million total died, 6 million Jews, 11 million total, or whatever. But then how some cemeteries and whatnot admitted that their figures were way, way the fuck off, you know, the one like ones that were claiming that 200,000 people died had to adjust it. Oh, sorry, no, it wasn't 250,000. Sorry, it was 2,500. It was 2,500. Sorry, we 10x'd it, or sorry, 100x'd it. We accidentally 100x'd it there. Sorry about that. And this is coming from someone whose ancestors allegedly died in the camps. Allegedly. I'm not saying I don't believe it. It's totally possible. I mean, I actually do believe it. Because I've had to kind of sit on that for so long that I've kind of come to accept it. But it would be crazy to think that that's not actually what happened. I mean, obviously, I hope that's not what happened. I hope my ancestors didn't die in the camps, but yeah. So I don't know what I'm going to put for this answer, people. I just got to put the whatever, I guess. 196 million drug users globally. I mean, that doesn't sound right, though. I mean, you know, it's interesting. It does give me 4 spaces. I do think there are billions of drug users globally. So maybe it is 5,000 million, aka, what would 5,000 million be? 5 billion? No, wait. A billion is 1,000 million, right? Yeah. A billion is 1,000 million. Yeah. So 5,000 million would be 5 billion, right? Let me double check this. 5,000 million to billion. There's 5 billion, right? Yeah, it's 5 billion. So maybe, you know, maybe it is like, I don't know. Okay, let's do the math. I'm going to actually answer this right. If there's 8 billion people, right? Or let's just say 8.1 billion people, then what is a third of 8.1 billion people? It's like what would that be, like 2.7? I think 7 point, yeah, 2.7. 2.7 billion. So that would be 2,700 million. Am I right? 2,700 million to billion would be 2.7 billion, right? 2.7 billion. $2,700 million. Yeah, 2.7 billion. I can't believe I had to even check that. Like, but you know, just gotta make sure. So we're actually gonna put the right answer. We're gonna put the right fucking answer. But that's the thing, is that it's gonna be current for now. And this test probably came out years and years ago. So like maybe back then the population was estimated at 7.5 billion, in which case it would be more like 2,500 million. Bro, I'm just gonna say 2,600 billion or million, which is 2.6 billion. Like today's date is 2.6, and like God equals 26. We're just gonna go with this. Whatever, dude. Of course, it's wrong. It's 190, right? There's only 190 million drug users globally. Just give me a fucking break, dude. Just give me a fucking break. I can't believe I spent all that time on that. I apologize. The fact that 6 of you are still here is fascinating. Watching me cycle and spin in my insanity. Match the following categories of recreational drugs and the effect they have on the human body. All right. Surprisingly, I'm not on stimulants right now because it's 4:05 in the morning and I'm fucking still doing this. Stimulants speed up the function, reaction, and response of the central nervous system. Slow down the functions and responses. No, they have a wide range of effects on a person's sensory input and output. No, that would be hallucinogens. So yeah, these speed up the function. These have a wide range of effects on a person's sensory input and output, which is why hallucinogens are the best. Shout out to psychedelics. And then depressants would slow down the functions and responses. Right. which is why stimulants and depressants are highly overrated, but psychedelics and hallucinogens, I would have to say, are much underrated and deserve to be investigated much more. I think I saw some like recent video from 2 days ago about veterans PTSD, veterans with PTSD being treated with hallucinogenic like therapy, and it like was Anderson Cooper like sitting there watching. Like it was a fucking CNN video. I mean, this shit's mainstream. You know what I mean? At this point, microdosing, the whole 9 yards. It's all mainstream now. It's interesting to witness the times that we're in. Match the following drug tests with their purpose. Then again, it was mainstream in the 60s and 70s, right? So with the fucking Beatles and the Doors and the whole thing. Okay, one leg stand test checks overall balance. Checks for steadiness and space perception. The balance and perception. Okay, I would say one leg stand test would be for steadiness. No, I would just say overall balance. And then walk and turn test would be steadiness and space perception. Right? And then obviously the pupil measure test is for the way eye pupils react. And then Romberg test would be balance and perception of time. Let me just make sure Romberg test. I'm pretty sure that's right. Romberg test. Balance and coordination. Balance and coordination. Well, fuck me then. Balance. This one's not too easy. What do you guys think? Do I have this right? Should I change one? Walk and turn test. Balance and it's the perception of time part that it's either Romberg is either the steadiness space perception. Which one is time perception and which one is space perception? You guys got an answer here? You gonna help me out? You guys gonna give me the answer? I think I'm good. But fucking balls. Balance and perception of time. Let me see. What tests for balance and perception of time? Oh, it is a Romberg. I got it right. See, I got it right. All right, let's do it. Submit answer. I swear, if it's wrong, I'm gonna. Okay, I was gonna fucking shit on my laptop. Excuse my language. The new federal drug policy lays out how the blank can handle the complicated problem of drug addiction. I would imagine it's the fucking government. None of the above is an option. You know, just for fun, I want to see if Google's got it. Let's see. Has Google got it? I mean, I would imagine it's the federal government. You know. Well, they don't have it verbatim. I mean, but the federal drug policy. Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's the fucking government, right? I mean, it's the government. It's the fucking government. Dumbass. Am I overthinking it? I mean, I guess I might be overthinking it, considering how like ridiculous some of these fucking questions are. Can you blame me? Arrange the following change model stages from first to last. We're almost finished, people. We're 1984% done. Brave New World. Arrange the following change model stages from first to last. Balls. I don't even know what this is. The following change model stages? Shit. Preparation. Okay, I'm gonna say pre-contemplation, and then contemplation, and then preparation, and then action. I don't even know what like this is referring to, what the fucking change model is, but I'm just going by like common sense. I mean, pre-contemplation, contemplation, preparation, action, maintenance. I don't think that makes sense, right? PCP AM. PCP, you got your drug in there too. I am PCP. All right, let's see. I hope this is right. I really don't know what the fuck this is even referring to, bro. I got it right. I mean, it's pretty common sense. I don't even know what the fuck it's talking about, but it's just common sense. So good stuff. Good stuff. I guess I'm not that stupid. Blank self-help groups are a major part of the treatment of substance use disorders. Members of the groups perform therapeutic functions without professional credentials. I love how you guys didn't help me at all during this whole test. So, I mean, I totally could have done this on my own. I just kind of pulled you into this completely boring, nonsensical fucking bullshit. Some of these questions are okay, and the answers make sense, but some of them, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get over. 5-year-olds can drink in the UK. It's fascinating. Blank self-help groups are a major part of the treatment of substance use disorders. Members of the groups perform therapeutic functions without professional credentials. Alcohol, substance, treatment, self-help groups are a major part of the treatment. I don't know. Members of the groups perform therapeutic functions without professional credentials. Fuck, dude. See, I wish like I could rely on the number of spaces as an accurate depiction of how many letters the word is gonna include. You know what I mean? But I can't, because it hasn't in the past worked that way. Because then I could see the letters and be like, okay, it's probably like TREATME. Yeah, see, treatment would fit in there. It's 9 letters. Here, I'm gonna see if I can do it again. I'm gonna try to Google the fucking answer directly and see if. Oh, mutual support. It gave me an answer, dude. Mutual support. Self-help groups are a major part of it. Remember. Wow, it gave me the answer. This time it actually gave me the answer. Mutual support. So if I type this in and it tells me this is the wrong answer, I'm going to take a dump on my laptop and There's always something, you know? Never a dull moment. Wow. 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 The laptop had to crash, dude. Oh my god, it's still there. I'm amazed. It's still fucking here. That's incredible. I'm just shocked, dude. That like I didn't get totally fucked over there. That is amazing. Okay, let me see something here. Okay, so yeah, what do you guys think? Mutual support? I mean, is that what I should put? Because like, I guess I could just put support. I don't know. I don't know what to do here. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna put mutual support. Let me make sure my sound is coming in okay. My sound coming in all right? Okay, so yeah, what do you guys think? Mutual support? I mean, is that what I should put? Because like, I guess I could just put support. Oh yeah, we're gonna do a good old fashioned loop while I do something in the background to make you just fucking insane. Okay, this tab's working fine. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna put mutual support. Let me make sure my sound is coming in okay. Go back on here. My sound coming in all right? Okay, so yeah, we got mutual support. I mean, that's what I put. Because like, it's support. Okay, we're gonna do a good old fashioned loop while I do something in the background to make you just fucking insane. Okay, this tab's working. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna put mutual support. Let me make sure my sound's coming okay. Go back on here. My sound coming all right? Yeah, I'm gonna my bad. I'm just doing a good old fashioned loop while I do something in the background to make you just fucking insane. Okay, this tab's working. I think I'm just gonna do it though. Yeah, I'm gonna my bad. I'm just doing a good old loop while I do something. I think I'm just gonna do it though. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I can do that. I can do that. I can do that. You're officially in the loop. You're officially in the loop. You're officially in the loop. It's a never-ending loop. You're officially in the loop. That just goes on. It's a never-ending loop. You're officially in the loop. That just goes on. It's a never-ending loop. You're officially in the loop. That just goes on. It's a never-ending loop. You're officially in the loop. That just goes on. It's a never-ending loop. You're officially in the loop. That just goes on. It's a never-ending loop. You're officially in the loop. That just goes on. It's a never-ending loop. You're officially in the loop. That just goes on. It's a never-ending loop. You're officially in the loop. Yeah, it'll make you go crazy. It's a never-ending loop. You're officially in the loop. Yeah, it'll make you go crazy. It's a never-ending loop. You're officially in the loop. Yeah, it'll make you go crazy. It's a never-ending loop. You're officially in the loop. All right, so we're just gonna answer mutual support. Mutual support self-help groups are a major part of the treatment of substance use disorders. Members of the groups perform therapeutic functions without professional credentials. So there we go. Oh, look at that. Peer. The answer is fucking peer. Dude, I'm going to just fucking take a dump on my fucking laptop, dude. I'm pissed, bro. I don't even know if I'm going to pass now. I don't even know if I'm going to pass. The answer was peer self-help groups instead of mutual support, when that's the same fucking thing, essentially. Jesus Christ, dude. Just fuck all, dude. I literally Googled it, and I just put the answer from Google. So you're telling me Google lied. Fuck yourself. A lapse is a blank. A lapse is a return to the use of drugs. A lapse is a loss in progress. A lapse is the result of a physiological issue in the body. A lapse is a return to a drug problem. You realize these are the same thing. What the fuck, dude? Return to the use of drugs or return to a drug problem. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Is it just loss in progress? Yeah, it is. I mean, it could be this too, return to the use of drugs or return to a drug problem. So I don't get it. But I'm going to put a lapse is a loss in progress because I think it's probably the most accurate. Oh, choose all applicable answers. Oh, so I could pick all three. Well, then I'm going to pick all three then, right? I mean, a lapse isn't necessarily a return to the use of drugs, though. It is a loss in progress. Like, that's what the word means. Like, what happens if I hate relying on Google like I'm one of those fucking retards who doesn't know what words mean, but I mean, yeah, it's a slip. It's a break in continuity. It's an error. A short return to alcohol or other. Okay, you know what? A relapse. Maybe I should just put all three. I'm just gonna, yeah, I'm gonna keep it how I have it and just pick all three. Of course not. It's just a return to the use of drugs. You see what I'm dealing with here? This shit is so bullshit. This test is just nonsense, bro. I don't think I passed. I'm gonna have to do it again and fucking answer it the way it wants me to answer it. I should have written down what all the answers were. Then again, I guess I have it on video, so I can just redo it, and I'm gonna do it on my own time. Like, this was fucking ridiculous. I know that the answer to this is poppers, though. Why do I know that? Don't worry about it. I mean, I remember this part, but I've also done poppers, so good times, good times. Did I pass? Please tell me I passed. I don't think I passed. The only problem with pursuing a new behavior to substitute for previous addictions is that it can also lead to a replacement addiction. True. Come on, tell me I at least got an 80%, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. I missed by one, dude. I could have just, if I would have just got one more, man. Don't worry, simply retake the assessment. Yeah, I will. Just not now. Because it's fucking 4:25 in the morning and I'm going the fuck to bed. This is fucking bullshit. I'm gonna have to retake this shit. Oh, I can review my answers, bro. You're kidding me. I can review my fucking answers. Okay, so I could just see where I fucked up. And then, yeah, I can just see where I fucked up and make sure I don't fuck up there again. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to write the ones that I got wrong. Or no, you know what? I'm showing this on stream right now. I'm showing this on stream. So that's all I need. There we go. I'm so smart. I'm such a smart idiot, dude. I'm like the smartest retard there is. The smartest retard that ever was. That would be a great name for a stream, dude. The smartest retard that ever was. I get it. The R word is offensive to some. I'm aware, but I'm allowed to use it because, you know, it's kind of like how I can make Jew jokes. Hello, I was bar mitzvahed. Hello. I can make Cuban jokes. You know, my dad was literally born in Havana. Hello. So yeah, I can make retard jokes. Thank you very much. It's kind of fun to see like which ones I got wrong though, according to this fucking test. Test, non-test. Fucking ridiculous, dude. Don't forget, by the way, guys, if you live in the UK, as long as your child is 5 years old or older, they can totally have alcohol. It's all right. And I'm not just talking about a drop of vodka on the tongue at night to like help it go to sleep. I'm talking about, I mean, you could, it doesn't matter. There's no limits. I mean, give your baby a bottle of gin, dude. Fuck it. In simple terms, addiction is a disorder, not disease, because they're totally different. They're definitely not the same thing. They're definitely not interchangeable words for essentially the same thing. But I mean, I get it from a, they're not technically the same thing from a medical standpoint, a diagnosis standpoint, I guess. Research suggests that around 1 out of 3 of the global population has an addiction to products. See, that one I agree with. I just, I didn't know. I mean, clearly you see 2 spaces here, but I guess that could be a 0 and then a 3. 1 out of 03, whatever. That shit's fucking stupid. Oh, right. Oh, and here's another fun one. Which of the following signs could indicate severe addiction in a person? Yeah, memory loss. Wait, was that the answer? Was memory loss? Oh, right. Wait a minute. The only thing here that wait a minute. I'm so confused. It says choose 3, but then it shows 1 being right. Am I? What's going on here? Am I missing something? Am I fucking retarded? Yo, shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up. So first of all, this is from my twin brother. You got that part right? My idiot tard twin brother. Second of all, do you see this right here? It says choose 3, and then it has a check mark on 1 and an X on 3. I give up, dude. Is it possible that you're wrong, Allison? I have a headache. I have a headache now, dude. I'm gonna rub my head. Gonna rub it. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I just don't get this, bro. I'm gonna retake this on my own time, but I'm gonna put it on the record here that this is fucking retarded. Almost as retarded as me, if not more, if that's possible. Apparently, people with severe addiction don't show extreme signs of anxiety or depression. They don't rest a lot. They don't become secretive and other unusual behaviors. They just have memory loss, which apparently having memory loss counts as 3 choices. 1 choice counts as 3. Unless this is just a glitch and these are the 3 answers you're supposed to pick. Because I'm trying to remember, do I have to go back and see which ones I picked? Because I think I picked these 3 and I just left out 1. I'm guessing I left out memory loss. I don't get what happened here. I'm probably going to retake it and I'm going to get this answer wrong again. That's my guess. Because it's clearly not clear what the fuck is meant here to be the answer. Do you guys see what I'm saying? And what this isn't making clear and what it's saying? And just next. Got that one correct. Oh, I got this one wrong. Okay, so statistically, apparently, there's only 190 million drug users globally. That's extremely hard to believe. But yeah. I mean, dare I say it's most definitely 100% not accurate. Not even 10 years ago, or 6 years ago, 7 years ago, when I think this test was made, if I remember correctly. It's probably maybe in 1900 that was accurate, or in fucking maybe 100 years ago this was accurate. That there's 190 million drug users globally. Give me a fucking break, dude. There's definitely at least 1 billion fucking drug users, but I digress. Match the following categories of recreational drugs. Because I mean, let's go back to that. Are we not counting by drug users? Are we not counting pharmaceutical drug users? I mean, are drugs just what do we mean here by drugs? What, just illicit drugs? Just illegal drugs? Do legal pharmaceutical drugs not count in drugs? No specification, dude. This shit's whack. I get that I'm over analyzing this low tier fucking low brow, low quality fucking quiz here. You know, when my idiot tard twin brother got the sentence, so to speak, to just do a very, very unspecific, as it was put on the paper, the drug on the court paper, it just said do drug alcohol course or something like that. Complete online. No, I don't even think it said online. Complete drug course or something like that. Complete. Maybe it did say online. I don't remember. It was very short and vague and just no specificity to it at all. It was out. That's why my idiot tard twin brother had to reapproach the bench to make sure he had clear what it was that he was to do. So I got that one correct. Oh, yeah, I got that one correct. My idiot tard twin brother should be very grateful that I'm doing this for him. Right, peer self-help groups. Just that wording is fucking doesn't even sound right. Peer self-help groups. And apparently peer is 4 letters, even though it's not, it's apparently 9 letters. According to the a lapse. By the way, guys, a lapse is just a return to the use of drugs. It's totally not a loss in progress. It's only a return to the use of drugs, according to this test. So there's a new definition of lapse here. Good stuff. Great stuff. I got poppers right, so that's cool. Got that right. Oh, what about this one? What? Wait a minute. What's going on here? It looks like I didn't even answer this question. Wait a minute. What? Why is it letting me pick this? Like I'm still in the test. What's happening here? I don't remember this. What is going on? This is fucking a glitch, dude. This test is fried. This website is fried. Who made this fucking, who constructed this fucking shit, dude? What website designer made this? They fucked up. The laws is primarily intended to prevent the non-medicinal use of substances and prohibit the illegal possession of drugs. I'm guessing it's I don't know. Is it all of these? It's not even showing me an answer. What is happening here? This is fucking fascinating. Which of these answers were not even, oh, maybe, oh, I see. These are other questions that it didn't ask me. These are other questions it didn't ask me because it only asked me 25 questions. I see. So these are other questions that I might get if I retake it. Interesting. So I'm guessing if I retake it, I'm guessing it's going to ask me these questions and probably not give me 5 of the same questions again. I'm just guessing. So if that's the case, I should find out the answer to this one. I'm guessing it's all 3 of these. I'm guessing. And then I'm guessing, which of the following is a common drug in the UK? I would say probably all of these are common in the UK. They're common everywhere. I mean, I've done them all. So just as, I mean, that's not even a drug. Opioid isn't a drug, so that might be out because opioid is a class of drugs. It's not a drug. It's like saying fucking stimulant is a drug. It's not, it's a class. So it would be ketamine and cocaine. But then again, this test is stupid. So it's probably all of the above. You know, I don't know. Just as drug and alcohol abuse exists outside of work premises, it's also likely to occur within them. Yeah, that would be true. People with drug problems frequently have problems regulating their moods and often use drugs to cover or alter them. This is just a stupid question, dude. Occasionally have problems regulating their mood. Rarely. Yeah, I would just say frequently. But see if you can pick more than one. It's like shit. It's stupid, dude. The way this is structured is just fucked. Because depending on who you are, you may have a drug problem, right? And frequently have problems, or you may occasionally have problems, or you may intermittently have problems. You may be a functioning drug addict. So, yeah, leave it up to a OCD, ADD, PTSD motherfucker to overanalyze this shit. And I'm joking. I don't claim any of those fucking bullshit diagnoses. They're just ways to push pills. Let's get real. Let's get really real. I'm just somebody who's like you, insane in the membrane of my brain, probably never gonna change, probably even though I can. Blank indulgences are activities that are pleasurable, but not related to past drug use behavior. They are meant to be healthy alternatives. Addictive blank indulgences are activities. Oh, they're activities that are pleasurable but not related to past. Mindless? No, that wouldn't be. They're meant to be healthy alternatives. Healthy indulgences? I don't know. I don't even fucking know, dude. Doesn't matter because I could enter poop and it won't matter because I'm not on a test right now. So I can't even see what the answers to these are. But I'm going to rewatch this part probably before I retake it and refer back to it to cheat and put in the right answers. But as for now, I'm going to get the fuck out of here so that y'all can get the fuck out of here. And, yeah. Try to not do overextended streams like this again because I know for me it's way too late and I should be asleep. It's fucking almost 4:40 in the morning. I've been going for over 4 hours. So I'm just gonna pick a random video from my archives and then get the fuck to bed. What should it be? What should it be? It's almost nighttime. So I guess sleepy time music would make sense. Or it could just be this 44-second video since it's 4:40 in the morning and there's 4 in the chat and I'm 4 hours and 14 minutes into the stream and it's Brian O'Shea calling everyone a slave.
Cities. I don't like fucking police. I don't like fucking slavery and genocide. And I think you too, or you, Drew, whoever, whatever the fuck, you're caught up, bro. And your argument is weak to me.
Oh, chalk body.
Big city, you're caught
Cock
up
body.
not fucking going against the police at all, just going with the easier, softer fucking thing. Hell, how about just being a fucking man and seeing the slavery and genocide and trying to fucking step up and do something about it instead of being a bitch? Getting me more deep in the conspiracy.
Church coming over, and I do not want it smelling like weed. So
Okay. All right, we'll do.
And them church folks don't want to smell that weed. Better open that window.
See, 48 years old, I got. So, but it's all good.
You going to jail, Brian O'Shea? You're going to jail, bro. All right, I'm getting out of here. I love you guys. I don't know what I'm doing. Good to be back. Where's Brian O'Shea? I miss you. I love you. I'll see you guys soon.